Arya Stark stood outside the gates of Winterfell, the sun dipping low on the horizon and sending its pale rays slanting through the clouds. It had been years since she first left these walls, years of wandering, fighting, training, and surviving. She had changed more than she ever thought possible. Her feet found the packed snow of the courtyard with a familiarity that made her heart catch in her chest. Memories rushed back, the scolding from Septa Mordane, the echoing laughter of her siblings, the broad grin of her father, and the cool authority of her mother's eyes. She felt all of it like 1,000 gentle arrows striking her at once. Winterfell was a place of ghosts, a fortress of recollections that both comforted and haunted her. Now she returned not as a child, not as the girl who used to run through the corridors half-wild and full of dreams, but as a woman who had witnessed the worst of what the world could conjure. She had come home to realize the promise she had made to herself, to protect her family's legacy. Yet fate had handed her more than just a safe harbor. It had given her the title Lady of Winterfell. The official ceremony marking Arya as the heir to Winterfell had been neither grand nor joyous. Circumstances forced the acknowledgement upon everyone. Jon had renounced the seat in favor of his own path, and Sansa was away in the south, forging alliances for the North's future. Bran had chosen a path that transcended lordship and land-based power. With the realm in a fragile peace after so much bloodshed, decisions had to be swift and final. The Lords of the North, remembering the great respect the name Stark carried, eventually agreed that Arya's claim was as strong as it needed to be. They had seen her willingness to do what must be done. She was a Starkborn, and she was here. The winter winds and the lingering threats demanded stable leadership. And so, standing before the great hearth in the main hall, beneath the gaze of those carved dire wolves and the silent watchers of centuries past, Arya Stark had been named the Lady of Winterfell. Even still, she could feel her father's spirit near, as though he would step forth from the shadows and place a calloused hand on her shoulder, cautioning her to bear the weight of that honor with humility and wisdom. But no such guiding hand emerged from the gloom. She was alone, and the hush that followed the announcement was as daunting as any battle cry she had ever heard. The realm's memory lingered on Ned Stark and on Robb, who rose so briefly, and on the tragedies that befell the family. Now here stood Arya, who had once been a girl with a wooden practice sword, defiant and small. The men and women watching must have asked themselves how that little girl had turned into the silent figure with watchful eyes. A rumor or two had followed her from the south and across the seas, tales of Arya Stark, the Night Wolf, or the Faceless Girl, but no one in the hall knew what to believe. She let the hush stand for a few heartbeats longer than was comfortable before speaking, making her voice ring against the walls. She spoke of loyalty, of the North's survival, of the sacrifices her family had made. She invoked her father's sense of honor and promised to hold the seat as best she knew how. The reception afterward had been guarded. Lords and ladies offered polite bows and half-smiles, uncertain how to approach the new lady. There was ale, and the serving girls brought out trays of stewed meats, winter vegetables, and fresh bread. But the mood was strangely subdued, as if everyone sensed that a corner had been turned but did not know what lay beyond. Arya watched them all from where she stood near the high table. She was not used to finery. She wore no dress of elaborate lace or shimmering cloth. Her attire was subdued brown leather lined with wolf fur, a quiet nod to the seat she now held. Ghost, Jon's great white dire wolf, stayed close at her side like a silent sentinel. He had grown older as well, but his fierce red eyes and massive frame commanded both admiration and fear. That night, one by one, the guests withdrew from the hall, leaving Arya with her own thoughts. Sleep came slowly, disturbed by visions of those she had lost and by the enormity of the task before her. Daylight found her awake and standing by the battlements, the wind whipping her dark hair around her face. Winterfell spread out beneath her, courtyards, barns, the smithy, the training yard, and the old godwood. The land beyond was bleak, the snow piled high against the walls, the air crisp enough to sting her lungs. In the distance, she could see small columns of smoke rising from the village outside the walls. She thought of how, once upon a time, she used to watch from these very ramparts, daydreaming of faraway places, longing for adventures beyond the monotony of ladies' lessons. Now she had seen those faraway places and come to realize how dearly she had loved her childhood fortress. From Bravos to the Riverlands, from the Hound's side to traveling alone, from the horrors at Harrenhal to the Titan's shadow across the narrow sea, everywhere Arya had ventured, she had carried Winterfell in her heart. But she could not be the little girl who wanted to run away. She was the woman who had returned to hold and protect the seat of House Stark. Her days fell into a new rhythm. dawn in the training yard, midday council with the stewards and other advisors, afternoon visits to the village, and evenings in the Great Hall, receiving those who came to petition the Lady of Winterfell. At first, it felt unnatural to have people bow to her, to show her deference. She had never sought power or expected leadership. Yet she had to confront each situation with the practicality and poise she had learned in the House of Black and White, an odd convergence of identity and necessity. The lords who had once seen her as a swift, sharp-tongued girl discovered that she had a frighteningly calm manner now. She moved with grace and spoke with directness. She was never one to waste words or gestures. When disputes arose over land boundaries or taxes or the rightful ownership of a herd of goats, she listened carefully, asked a few succinct questions, and pronounced her judgment. Many times, the parties left with a sense of quiet resolution, if not always satisfaction. Some whispered that the Lady of Winterfell could read your heart and see your lies. Arya did not discourage the rumors. A certain mystique kept the peace. She recognized that for the North to heal, it required not just martial strength but also a firm, fair hand. Soon, she discovered another piece of the legacy she had inherited, the North's vulnerability to bandits and roaming creatures. A harsh winter followed the last Great War, and though it was subsiding, the scars still remained. Hungry men sometimes turned cruel. Stories reached her of small folk attacked on the roads, villages raided. Few had the means to defend themselves. Already, a handful of bold outlaws had tested Winterfell's vigilance, rustling cattle and terrorizing travelers. Arya responded swiftly. She rode out with a small cadre of guards on horseback, her sword at her hip. Though the days when she used to clench needle's hilt with trembling eagerness were long past, she had never forgotten how to handle it, nor had she forgotten the many other weapons in her arsenal. Leading her riders through thick drifts of snow and across icy roads, she hunted down the raiders. She fought them with the single-minded, lethal efficiency that had become second nature. Her men watched, jaws set, as she disarmed one outlaw, moving faster than seemed possible, and left him bleeding in the snow. The rest fled in confusion, only to be run down by the guards. The message was clear: Winterfell would not tolerate lawlessness. Her own people began to whisper of her in hushed tones. Some called her the she-wolf of Winterfell, others swore her eyes turned cold as steel in battle. When they spoke to her face, they were respectful and subdued, but behind closed doors, they said she was not like any lady they had ever known. Arya caught bits of these rumors at mealtimes or in passing in the courtyard. There was a part of her that longed for the easy camaraderie of old, for the simple days of practicing archery with Jon or scrambling through the Godwood with Bran. But those days had vanished like breath in the wind. She had to be the lady now, and if that meant striking fear into the hearts of men who would harm the North, so be it. As the weeks turned to months, she found that Winterfell had its own way of filling the empty corners of her life. The daily routine of rulership demanded focus, and every day brought new challenges. Maester Louis, who had come to Winterfell after Maester Wolkin's passing, guided her through the administrative labyrinth of ledgers, tax records, and trade accounts. Food stores needed to be replenished after the harsh winter, and new alliances with other houses had to be carefully maintained. The blacksmith, a gruff but skillful man named Roderick, required resources to keep forging weapons and horseshoes. The stable Aster insisted on more feed for the horses, especially after the best stock had been used in the war effort. The scullions in the great kitchen needed new pots. The stewards wanted a final say on the expansion of the library. It was never-ending, and sometimes Arya felt the weight of each detail pressing on her like a millstone. But she persevered, determined that she would never fail Winterfell. She thought of what her father might have done in her place, how he would have listened patiently to each request, weighed them, and offered solutions. She tried to do the same. She'd find her own methods, of course. She was not Ned Stark, nor was she Sansa, who had proved adept at ruling during Arya's years away. But she carried her family's name, and that was enough to bolster her when she felt overwhelmed. In quiet moments, usually late at night, she would slip away from her chambers and wander the corridors she knew so well. The flicker of torches illuminated old tapestries and carved pillars. In the stillness, she would see ghosts of her past: Sansa spinning in a new gown, Robb throwing back his head in laughter, Bran chasing Rickon, Jon ruffling her hair. Occasionally, she found herself in the crypts beneath Winterfell, among the stone effigies of long-dead Stark kings and lords. She would stand before Ned Stark's statue, searching his stone face for guidance. The memories of his gentle voice urging her to master both the sword and her own heart tugged at her. She was not the daughter he might have imagined returning to take his place, but she was the daughter he had changed by war, by hardship, by secrets she dared not speak. She did not pray much anymore, the gods had seemed distant for so long. But she closed her eyes and asked, in the silence of her heart, for the strength to do right by the North. It was in one of these solitary evenings that she encountered something unexpected. Moving through the godwood where the ancient weirwood tree stood in a pool of moonlight, she felt a stirring in the branches, a whisper of a presence that set her nerves on edge. For a moment, she thought she saw Bran's face, or a flicker of memory that reminded her of how he once spent hours in the sacred grove. But the presence was intangible, like a distant echo. She had learned many secrets about the world, about faces, identities, the boundaries between life and death, but the old gods and their mysteries still managed to elude her. She pressed her palm against the carved face of the weirwood, feeling the rough bark, and for a moment thought she sensed an ancient sadness, as if the tree lamented centuries of bloodshed. The wind sighed through the branches. Arya felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. She pulled her cloak around her shoulders, bowed her head, and retreated, feeling both comforted and unsettled. This was another inheritance of Winterfell, a realm deeply bound to forces older than any mortal claim. As the weather softened and the snows began to melt, the roads reopened and visitors started trickling into Winterfell. Many came to pledge fealty or reassert old alliances. Others arrived seeking the Stark name's protection. Among them were representatives from houses that had once warred with the Starks, men and women who were now eager to avoid further bloodshed. Arya received them with a wary courtesy. The memories of betrayal and conflict died hard, but she knew that the North had to unite. She listened to their stories of woe, farms destroyed, families lost, criminals still roaming free. She provided what help Winterfell could spare: extra grains, a few skilled guards to patrol dangerous areas, a word to the local lords to keep an eye out for trouble. She made no empty promises. She insisted that each house, each village, must learn to fend for itself while standing together, as there were no more illusions about gallant knights sweeping in to save the day. Every man and woman in the North had to become strong, because winter would come again inevitably. Somewhere in the midst of this flurry of affairs, Arya found a small measure of happiness in reuniting with those who still lived and cared for her. Brienne of Tarth passed through Winterfell on her way north, escorting some visiting dignitary. The towering knight and the Lady of Winterfell shared a moment of mutual respect in the courtyard, recalling the chaos of the wars behind them. Arya asked Brienne to stay a while to help train some of Winterfell's younger guards, and Brienne agreed. In those training sessions, Arya sometimes joined, and they crossed swords more as equals now than teacher and pupil. The clang of steel echoed across the yard, stirring memories of all the lessons Arya had absorbed from men like Syrio Farrell and the Hound. Yet Brienne's prowess and sense of honor offered a different kind of mentorship, one that reminded Arya of what it meant to serve something larger than oneself. They parted on good terms, with Brienne pledging her sword if Arya ever truly needed it. When word reached Winterfell that Sansa was returning from the south, Arya felt an uncharacteristic pang of nervousness. Her sister was the one who had held the seat of Winterfell through the darkest periods, forging alliances and managing resources while Jon battled threats beyond the wall. The tension between them had once grown so thick it could have ended in tragedy. They had reconciled, but time and distance often frayed even the strongest bonds. Arya wondered if Sansa would question the legitimacy of her rule, or if she would be relieved that someone else had taken on the burden. That question was answered the moment they embraced in the Great Hall. Sansa's face was weary from her long journey, but her eyes softened with genuine warmth when she saw Arya standing at the high seat. She bowed her head in a show of respect to the Lady of Winterfell, but Arya hurried down from the dais to hug her sister. In that moment, they were simply two women who had survived unimaginable trials, united by the love of a home they had both lost and found. Their subsequent conversation was private and lasted well into the night. Arya recounted the challenges she had faced, the decisions she had made. Sansa spoke of the shifting allegiances in the south, the precarious balance of power, and her hopes for the future of their house. They navigated the complexities of leadership together, each offering perspective the other might have missed. Sansa admitted she was glad to set aside the responsibility she had shouldered for so long. She was proud of Arya, though she teased her about the rumors of the she-wolf's cold stare. Arya admitted she still felt like she was wearing a costume in front of the lords and ladies, but she also knew she had come too far to retreat now. By the time dawn light filtered into the room, they had come to an unspoken agreement. Winterfell belonged to both of them, but Arya would remain its lady, for that was how the North was healing. Sansa would continue her diplomatic missions, strengthening alliances that Arya might struggle to maintain with her blunt manner. Together, they worked out how to move forward, each with a role that suited her strengths, and it felt right. It was not long after Sansa's return that trouble brewed on the frontier between the north and the Riverlands. Reports came of an encroaching threat, a band of sellswords who had taken advantage of the recent turmoil to carve out a piece of territory for themselves. They were raiding northern villages near the border, stealing livestock, burning crops, and vanishing before any official forces could respond. Tired of seeing her people suffer, Arya decided enough was enough. She assembled a small but skilled force to drive the marauders out for good. She wanted to lead them herself. There were murmurs among the lords that a lady should not be riding to war, but Arya silenced them with a single, pointed look. She was not about to let Winterfell's defenses slip. If a foe threatened her people, she would meet it head-on. On a cold dawn, Arya rode out with a company of seasoned guards, men who had fought in the Great Wars, men who trusted Arya Stark not because she was a lady but because they had seen her fight. They all bore the direwolf sigil, and Ghost padded alongside them for the first few miles before vanishing into the trees to hunt. The journey south took them across rugged terrain, melting snow giving way to muddy roads. At each village, they heard fresh reports of the marauders, a cluster of men wearing mismatched armor, carrying blades stolen from fallen soldiers, terrorizing the helpless. Sickness churned in Arya's gut. She remembered being one of the helpless, a child fleeing the aftermath of her father's execution in King's Landing, at the mercy of brutes who took advantage of lawless times. She would not allow such cruelty to thrive in the north. They found the sellswords near the banks of a swollen river, their camp fortified by a ring of makeshift palisades. It was late afternoon and the sun hung low over the horizon. Arya's scouts crept close, counting the men and noting their movements. Perhaps in years past, Arya would have relished the idea of infiltrating the camp alone, picking them off one by one. But she was Lady of Winterfell now, and she had to think of the men under her command. She could not risk a reckless plan. Instead, she devised a simple strategy. Under cover of twilight, her archers would harass the camp, drawing the sellswords' attention to one side, while a small strike force, led by Arya, slipped in from the opposite flank through a gap in their defenses. When the time came, the plan worked well enough. Arya's archers loosed arrows into the camp, sending the sellswords scrambling for shields and cover. Amid the confusion, Arya led her strike force through the gap in the palisade. The element of surprise wavered quickly once they were inside the camp as the sellswords recovered and launched a desperate counterattack. Steel clashed on steel. Arya found herself face-to-face with men far bigger than her, men who sneered when they saw a slight figure with a braided cloak. Their sneers died the moment she moved. Her water dance training, her time spent sparring with the Hound, and her lessons in the House of Black and White had honed her reflexes to an almost unnatural sharpness. She flowed around their strikes and found the gaps in their armor with lethal precision. Needle bit into flesh, and she hardly felt the weight of any single blow. It was a dance of life and death, and as cold adrenaline surged through her, she realized she had not lost her edge. Only now it was not the stead satisfaction of vengeance driving her blade. It was duty, the necessity of protecting her people from these marauders. Her guards fought bravely, and though a few fell wounded, the sellswords broke under the combined assault. Some tried to flee only to be met by the archers outside the camp. Others threw down their weapons and begged for mercy. In the red haze of battle, Arya almost had no mercy to give. Her instincts told her to kill them all, to leave no seed from which future cruelty might grow. But a voice, perhaps the echo of her father's teachings, or maybe the memory of how each life can turn in ways unforeseen, stayed her hand. She took a breath, ordering her men to bind the survivors for questioning. By dawn's light, the camp was in Winterfell's control. The battered sellswords who remained alive were marched north to face justice. For the moment, peace was restored. When Arya and her guards returned to Winterfell, she noticed a change in how people looked at her. There was respect, certainly, but also a hint of something akin to wariness. She had led men into battle and returned triumphant, hardly scratched. The sellswords were defeated, their leader executed for his crimes, and the captives put to labor repairing the roads they had damaged. Word spread that Lady Arya fought like a demon, quiet and swift, her sword an extension of her arm. Some believed she was touched by the old gods. Others claimed she was no woman at all but a wraith in stark skin. Arya ignored such talk. She did what needed doing, and that was all. Life settled into another lull, though in Westeros, lulls were often just breathers before the next storm. Arya found occasional moments of ease, an evening spent listening to a traveling singer, or a quiet ride along the frozen lakes to clear her head. She cherished these small reprieves. Sometimes she and Sansa dined together and spoke of simpler topics: the well-being of their cousins, the potential of rebuilding certain wings of Winterfell, or the curious frosts that had nipped early-sprung flowers in the gardens. The looming presence of the distant past still hovered. Tales of the wars and the undead lingered in conversation, like a dark tapestry that none could fully tear down. But the North was recovering, and day by day, the people remembered how to live rather than just survive. On one particularly clear morning, when the clouds seemed carved from white marble in a blue sky, a raven arrived bearing news from the Vale. Lord Robin Arryn had died unexpectedly, leaving a power vacuum. Old alliances trembled, because the Vale was both strategic and wealthy. Arya read the short missive over and over. The letter was from Lord Royce, who had become one of Sansa's allies. He hinted at factions in the Vale that might seek to exploit the transition. Some might even eye the North or consider reviving ancient claims, tangling the Starks in southern politics once more. Arya quietly cursed the ever-shifting alliances of Westeros. She knew that ignoring the Vale was not an option. The North's stability depended in part on good relations with those beyond the Neck. She needed to head off any potential threat at the pass, literally and figuratively. Once again, she and Sansa convened late into the evening. Sansa could travel to the Vale, but she felt her presence was needed on another front. Discussions were ongoing in the Riverlands for a mutual trade agreement that would benefit both the North and the recovering farmland to the south. Arya realized she had to make a choice, either send an envoy or go herself. In her heart, she yearned to stay in Winterfell. She had spent so long away, and she had just begun to feel a sense of belonging, a sense that the seat truly was hers to hold. But the greater good demanded she act. The Vale, perched among the mountains and home to men who had once followed Littlefinger's manipulations, could not be left to fester. If she wanted to ensure no threats rose in that quarter, she might need to see the situation firsthand. After deliberating with Sansa and a few trusted advisors, Arya decided to ride to the Vale. She would not come with an imposing force, just a modest retinue that demonstrated her status without provoking any sense that she was there to conquer. She planned to leave the day after next, giving Winterfell enough time to organize her absence. Sansa agreed to remain behind and handle domestic affairs. It was a measure of their newfound trust that neither sister balked at dividing the tasks so decisively. On the morning of Arya's departure, she stood in the courtyard dressed for travel, leather armor beneath a cloak trimmed in wolf fur. A cluster of guards and attendants prepared the horses, packing provisions and gear. Sansa embraced Arya, eyes flicking with concern. "Be careful," she said softly, her breath clouding in the chilly air. Arya smiled a little. "I always am." Ghost stood by Arya's side, calm but alert, as if he, too, sensed the moment's gravity. She considered leaving him behind, knowing Winterfell might need the morale that a direwolf provided, but Ghost wouldn't hear of it. He was her companion now, and leaving him felt impossible. With final words exchanged, Arya swung into her saddle, scanning the old walls of Winterfell, the place she had never expected to rule. Part of her wondered if she would return to find everything changed once again. But she had no choice. Duty called. The journey to the Vale was as arduous as Arya recalled from her youth. They traversed the Neck, dealing with boggy terrain and cunning crannogmen who guarded their domain with watchful eyes. Arya traveled under the Stark banner, so there were no hostile confrontations, but the atmosphere was tense. Every inhabitant of Westeros had learned to be cautious of travelers. She moved steadily onward, focusing on the mission. To secure stability, to ensure the North's borders were safe, to remind the Vale that House Stark was neither weak nor disinterested in their affairs. Though she loathed the game of politics, she understood its necessity. She would play the part required, just as she had once worn the faces of others in bravos. It was a mask of courtesy, but beneath it lay the unwavering steel of Arya Stark. Their arrival at the Eyrie was met with a mix of hospitality and apprehension. Lord Royce greeted her in the grand stone hall perched high in the mountains. The Eyrie, even in spring's approach, was cold and foreboding, with swirling mists below and eagles crying in the heights. Arya's retinue was offered rooms, and a feast was laid out in her honor. She wore simpler attire than most highborn ladies, but she carried herself with a cool confidence that made the Vale's nobles keep a respectful distance. Lady Anya Waynwood, an older matriarch with sharp eyes, seemed particularly interested in Arya's presence. In hushed corners of the hall, Arya observed different factions forming. Some vied for the regency or guardianship of the young heirs left fatherless by Lord Robin's passing. Others were more interested in forging new ties, possibly even marriage alliances. Arya kept her voice level and her answers polite, all the while calculating who might pose a threat to the north. In the days that followed, she sat through tedious meetings, listening to claims and counterclaims. Each faction tried to woo her. Some hinted that a union between the Stark line and a suitable heir of the Vale could unify both regions. Others appealed to her sense of justice, complaining that the Vale's lords had grown corrupt. Arya's patience grew thin, but she maintained a steady demeanor, occasionally letting slip the sharper edges of her personality when someone pressed too hard. One such lord, a brazen young man with more ambition than tact, suggested that a marriage between him and Arya herself would solve many problems. She fixed him with a stare that made him blanch, and politely declined in a tone that brooked no argument. Ghost, who lay at her feet during such discussions, let out a low growl that hammered home the point. The other lords and ladies took note. One evening, when the negotiations had grown stagnant, Arya slipped out of the Aeries' main chambers to wander alone, letting the mountain winds clear her thoughts. High above the world, with the stars bright and cold, she reflected on how different this environment was from Winterfell. The Aerie was all lofty stone and thin air, breathtaking but alien. She yearned for the solidity of Winterfell's ancient walls, the warmth of its hearth, the sense of history embedded in every timber. Yet here she was, forging alliances for the good of the North. She remembered how she used to say she wasn't meant to be a lady, yet that was exactly what she had become in her own fashion. Perhaps Syrio Farrell would have said, "A wolf does not become a fish simply because the water is deep." She was still herself, no matter how high the mountain or how heavy the burden of lordship. She closed her eyes, letting the cold wind whip her hair, and found a sliver of peace in that thought. Eventually, after countless discussions and some clever maneuvering from Lord Royce and Lady Waynwood, a compromise was reached. A council of regents would guide the new heir of House Arryn until he or she came of age. This heir was a distant cousin, a timid girl of 12 summers, but with a lineage that could not be denied. The members of the council were drawn from the Vale's most prominent families, each with an interest in stability. Arya was satisfied enough with this arrangement, especially when it was agreed that they would honor the North's independence and maintain open trade routes. A mutual defense pact was reaffirmed, ensuring that if outside forces threatened the North or the Vale, the other would come to aid. With that, her mission was effectively complete. She had secured the northern borders and ensured that no opportunist in the Vale would encroach upon the North. She could now return home. Her departure was marked by a formal farewell feast, though this one was more subdued than the first. Nobles were wary now, having glimpsed Arya's steely resolve. They showered her with polite wishes for safe travel and loaded her with gifts meant to curry favor. She accepted them with a nod, distributing the more practical ones among her retinue. The morning she left, she stood once more on the high rampart of the Aerie, gazing at the rolling clouds below. The sky was a radiant blue, a clear path beckoning her home. She thought of how high she had climbed in every sense, physically, politically, personally. She was a lady now, yet she was still Arya of House Stark, the girl who learned to fight with a wooden sword in a courtyard. She let that realization settle in her heart, then turned and walked away from the edge, ready to descend the mountain and return to Winterfell. The ride back was smoother and faster, spurred by the promise of home. Along the way, they stopped at a few villages to rest and resupply. Everywhere, people recognized the dire wolf banner. Children peeked out from behind doors, pointing at Ghost with wonder in their eyes. Some folk approached Arya with problems or pleas, and she did what she could, instructing them to send ravens to Winterfell. The journey felt less like a burdensome mission now and more like a slow reclaiming of the North. The road home was hers to travel. When at last Winterfell's towers appeared on the horizon, Arya felt a warmth she never imagined she could feel for cold gray stone. The gates opened to welcome her, and she rode into the courtyard with a sense of relief. Stable hands rushed forward to take the horses. Maester Louis appeared with a scroll of updates. Shipments of grain had arrived from the Riverlands. The blacksmith wanted a word about forging new weapons. Sansa had gone to the coast to meet an envoy from the Iron Islands, and so on. Winterfell was alive with industry and purpose. As soon as she dismounted, the steward approached, bowing. "There are matters that require your immediate attention, my lady. But perhaps you'd like to rest first." Arya glanced around at the men unloading wagons, the guards patrolling the walls, the bustle of a fortress that had found its stride. She shook her head with a slight smile. "I'll see to them now." And so life continued. Another season turned, and the North slowly stitched itself back together from the ravages of war. Arya presided over festivals to mark the harvest, a subdued but heartfelt celebration of survival. She found time to train with her guards and practice her archery. Sometimes she received ravens from distant corners of Westeros, bearing news of other houses' victories, tragedies, and alliances. She had become, in truth, a key player in the realm, no longer an outsider or a girl on the run. The notion still unsettled her occasionally, but she handled it the way she handled everything, straightforwardly, focusing on what needed doing at the moment. Her principle remained the same. It was all for the North, for Winterfell, for her family's name and memory. One crisp morning, after a round of sword drills, she stood gazing at the old keep, the sunlight glinting off the ice-laced towers. She remembered a time when she had been too restless for such a life, too wild to sit still. Yet now she understood that her restless nature could serve the North, driving her to address threats quickly, to keep forging ahead without complacency. She was not meant to lounge in parlors sipping wine and making idle conversation. She was the blade of Winterfell, ready to strike when danger loomed. It was a different kind of rulership than anyone might have expected, but it worked for her. And so she embraced it. Then came a long winter's night when, after a quiet supper, she found herself alone in the godwood. The heart tree stood, silent and ancient, with its carved face seemingly watching her. Moonlight silvered the leaves, giving the entire grove an otherworldly glow. Arya knelt by the weirwood's trunk, letting her breath frosted in the air. She touched the cold bark, closed her eyes, and felt the countless memories swirling around her. In that hush, she spoke softly, as if to the spirits of her ancestors. She spoke of how life had carried her down roads darker than she could have dreamed. She spoke of the many faces she had worn, the many names she had answered to. She whispered gratitude for the family she had left, for the chance to safeguard their home. And in the quiet rustle of branches, she sensed a solemn acknowledgement. Rising to her feet, Arya looked around, half expecting to see a flicker of her father's presence or hear her mother's gentle scolding. But she was alone. Alone yet not alone. For Winterfell breathed with the essence of the Starks. She carried them within her, all the ghosts, all the lessons. She could almost hear Ned Stark's voice. When the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies but the pack survives. Here she was, the not-so-lone wolf, at the head of a pack that stretched across the North, bound by shared hardships and a determination to endure. She felt a sense of closure, a sense that despite everything, she was home, and she was what the North needed. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. She would have to broker a dispute, receive envoys, check on the training of the castle guard, review the harvest totals. She would do all of it with steady resolve. And when that was done, she would once again roam the walls of Winterfell, ensuring that no threat lingered in the shadows. Time flowed on. The North had faced famine, war, betrayal, and the nightmares beyond the wall. But slowly, life resumed a steady rhythm. Children were born, new crops were planted, roads were rebuilt. Throughout it all, Arya Stark remained at the heart of Winterfell, neither hidden nor overshadowed. She was the lady, if that title could truly capture who she was. People found her unorthodox, sometimes intimidating, but they also found her just and relentless in defending her people. She had no wish for glory or adoration. What she desired was something far simpler and infinitely more profound: that the North endure. Each sunrise over the battlements, each success in ensuring her people were fed and safe, proved to her that she was fulfilling the duty entrusted to her. And in rare, unguarded moments, when she stood by the walls and the cold wind brushed her cheek, she allowed herself the slightest smile. It was the smile of a wolf who had roamed distant lands, crossed stormy seas, worn many faces, and returned to find her purpose waiting for her in the snows of home. Yet, in the midst of all these responsibilities, she never lost the part of her that was Arya. Sometimes, late at night, She would slip through Winterfell's corridors, silent as a shadow, letting no one see her pass. She would climb to the top of the walls or crouch beside the hot pools in the Godswood, remembering the time she had spent skulking in castles as a lost girl. Her life had become a dance between two worlds: the calm, measured realm of a lady presiding over her seat, and the secret, furtive realm of someone who once learned to be no one. Both aspects lived within her, coexisting in a fragile peace. If ever a threat emerged that demanded the skills of her darker side, she would not hesitate to unleash it. For now, though, the North seemed in relative peace, giving her the space to shape Winterfell into a bastion of hope. Over time, she instituted new forms of training for the young sons and daughters of the household. If they wished, they could learn archery and basic swordsmanship, because Arya believed the North would never again be caught unprepared. She showed them practical stances and footwork, enough to give them a fighting chance if trouble came knocking. Sansa lent her organizational talents, ensuring that no part of the fortress was neglected. Together, the Stark sisters repaired old alliances and built new ones with houses that respected their combined leadership. The roads improved, trade flourished, and refugees from distant wars found sanctuary in the North, grateful for the direwolf's protection. Of course, it was not always smooth. Challenges arose: disease in one corner of the realm, a minor rebellion in another, skirmishes with restless clans who mistrusted all centralized power. But Arya faced each issue with the same resolve she had shown when she confronted the horrors of the past. She might not have been a perfect ruler, but she was a determined one. Her name carried weight, and she used it to keep the peace where she could, and mete out justice when she had to. Some nights, she dreamed of the faces she had worn, of Jaqen Hagar, of the swirling canals of Bravos, and woke with a start, momentarily disoriented. It was a reminder that she had traversed paths no other Stark ever had. But dawn would bring the shape of Winterfell's towers into focus, rooting her in the present. As seasons slipped by, the realm around them healed more thoroughly. Once devastated lands near the Trident began to yield new crops. The storms in the Iron Islands abated enough for them to consider trade anew, and King's Landing, though distant, stabilized under a cautious and watchful monarchy. Arya heard rumors, but she did not concern herself with the intrigues that had so often drawn the Starks into peril. She concerned herself with the North, the vassals who needed guidance, the watch against roving threats, the families rebuilding their homes. She saw in their eyes the gratitude of a people who had someone looking out for them, however unorthodox that protector might be. In time, the courtyard echoed with the laughter of children, some of them bastards or orphans Arya had taken in, ensuring they were educated and trained. She had not expected to be a guardian or mentor, but she found purpose in helping them. Perhaps it was her way of saving a younger version of herself, the one who had once run scared and alone through war-torn lands. Some evenings when she watched the children at play, chasing each other with wooden swords or practicing archery under a steward's patient eye, she felt an almost overwhelming tenderness. Winterfell was alive, thriving. This was why she had come back, why she stayed. Sitting beneath the heart tree one late afternoon, she reflected on the strange path that had brought her here. She had once had a list of names, recited it every night like a dark prayer. So many names. She had dedicated her soul to vengeance, her training to becoming a killer. And she had killed. She was not innocent and never would be again. Yet somehow, through all the blood and rage, she had emerged on the other side, tasked with preserving life, not just taking it. It felt like an unlooked-for redemption, though she still carried the ghosts of every person she had struck down. The old gods, silent as they were, seemed to offer no judgment. Maybe that was their way, observing without meddling, leaving mortals to make sense of their own choices. A hush settled over the godwood, broken only by the soft cooing of doves in the branches. Arya stood and walked toward the castle, the winter sunlight casting long shadows across the courtyard. Each step echoed with her purpose. She thought of Jon, wandering the far north. She thought of Bran, bound in ways she couldn't fully comprehend to the greater mysteries of the land. She thought of Sansa, forging diplomatic ties. And she thought of how she had once been the least likely to inherit Winterfell, yet here she was, wearing the mantle of leadership with quiet ferocity. The tapestry of her life had been woven with threads of violence and compassion, of loss and endurance, of solitude and family. And it all converged on this cold, formidable seat of House Stark. That evening, at the high table in the great hall, she shared a simple meal with those who served her. She heard the chatter of men discussing the day's work, the giggles of young maids gossiping about a handsome guard. The fires crackled in the massive hearth, pushing back the chill. Overhead, the banners of House Stark rippled in the updraft of heat. Arya looked around, feeling the solidity of these walls, the comfort of people who had found a place here. She ate her stew in relative silence, adding a word here or there when asked for comment on the morrow's tasks. Though she wasn't one for long speeches, her presence provided reassurance. She was the lady, after all, and as long as she was at Winterfell, the people felt safe. When the meal concluded, she excused herself, nodded to the guards, and ascended the stone steps to her chambers. Once, these rooms might have belonged to her mother or grandmother, filled with the trappings of a noble lady's life. Dressers overflowing with gowns, shelves lined with delicate ornaments. Now they were sparsely furnished. A large table stood in one corner, piled with maps and letters. A sturdy wooden chest held a few changes of clothes and personal items. The bed was thick and warm with furs. Needle leaned against the wall near the door, always within arm's reach. Ghost often slept curled at the foot of the bed, watchful even in repose. She closed the door and let the quiet envelop her. Outside, the wind howled softly, a reminder that winter always lurked behind every season in the north. Arya sat at her table, took a quill, and wrote a few notes on parchment, updates to send to Sansa, instructions for Maester Louis regarding the next grain shipment, a brief report to the watchtowers along the wall. When she finished, she set the quill aside and stared at the flickering candle flame. Memories washed over her unbidden, the House of Black and White, the Hound, Syrio Farrell's voice instructing her on how to stand, the horrifying image of her father's death in King's Landing. Each memory was like a scar. She had collected so many, but they had healed into something that, while not beautiful, was strong. She was Arya Stark, and she was home. Blowing out the candle, she rested her head on her folded arms for a moment, letting the darkness cradle her. Tomorrow would bring more responsibilities, more judgments to render, more decisions that could affect countless lives. She would face it all because she must. Because the name Stark demanded it, because she believed in protecting those who could not protect themselves, and because somewhere deep inside her, the child who had once been called Arya Underfoot still believed that Winterfell was worth saving at any cost. A small smile touched her lips in the darkness. With that, she rose and crossed to the bed. Ghost lifted his head, ears perked, before settling back down. She slid under the furs, feeling the day's fatigue weigh on her limbs. But in her heart, there was a quiet satisfaction. She did not know what the morrow would bring. Westeros was never without conflict, but she knew that she would meet it as she had met every trial, boldly, with needle-sharp focus and a fierce loyalty to the family that had once been broken but now stood proud. Arya Stark was no longer the wandering wolf. She was the Lady of Winterfell, and through her, the North would endure. Time flowed onward, each day marked by new tasks, fresh challenges, slow victories. Seasons changed. Fields that had lain fallow sprouted new life. Roads that were once ragged and impassable became trade arteries linking Winterfell to the rest of the realm. Messages came from the south, from old allies or cautious rivals, often addressed to Lady Arya Stark, Warden of the North. Each time she read those words, she felt a pang of disbelief, but she never let it deter her from the responsibilities at hand. She wore the mantle of leadership not with vanity or conceit, but with a stoic acceptance that this was her fate. A part of her even found contentment in it, a sense of belonging and purpose that she had chased across continents. And so the days spun together into weeks, months, years. The tapestry of Arya's rule as Lady of Winterfell became interwoven with the fabric of northern history. Bards sang ballads of the wolf girl who left home and returned a force of reckoning. Some recounted how she was small in stature but fought like a whirlwind, how she carried the face of death behind a calm gaze. Children who grew up under her watch only knew her as the solemn-eyed lady who patrolled the battlements at odd hours, ensuring all was secure. Over time, legends replaced some of the truth, but the essence remained. Arya Stark was the guardian who refused to yield, the watchful eye of a north that would not be broken again. In the twilight of a new summer, after a day spent mediating a dispute over fishing rights, Arya strolled the courtyard at sunset. The stones glowed with the warmth of the dying sun, and the wind carried a hint of the distant sea. She paused to watch a group of children training with wooden swords under the guidance of her master-at-arms. Their laughter and the clack of wood on wood brought a faint smile to her face. She remembered being that young, that unrefined, that full of spirit. She remembered how life had tested her, how she had emerged hardened but still loyal to her core values. Then she looked up at the ramparts, at the banners stirring in the soft breeze. The dire wolf of House Stark rippled, its jaws open in a silent snarl. It was a banner of hope, a symbol of endurance passed down through the ages. She let her gaze drift over the rooftops of Winterfell to the tall towers and the glimmer of the godswood beyond. This was her home, and she had shepherded it through storms both literal and metaphorical. Tomorrow would bring its own dawn, its own tasks and trials. And she would be ready because she was Arya Stark, and she had inherited Winterfell, not just the stone and mortar, but the legacy, the responsibility, the unbreakable will. She placed a hand lightly on Needle's hilt and allowed herself a moment of simple pride. Then she moved on, footsteps echoing softly against the well-worn yard, a quiet sentinel of the north she loved. She often wondered about the fate of Jon, who had gone beyond the wall. Ravens rarely came from the far north, and if they did, the messages were short, laden with the cryptic observations of those few left guarding the edges of the realm. Still, every so often, a ragged wanderer would appear at Winterfell's gates, claiming to have seen a tall figure dressed in black furs, traveling with free folk. Most of these sightings were folktales or half-truths, but Arya believed that Jon was out there, finding his place among the snowdrifts and frozen forests. Sometimes, when she found herself alone in her solar, she traced her finger over an old map of the Northlands, following the lines of the Frostfangs, letting her imagination fill in the blank spaces beyond. It brought a measure of comfort to think that her brother might be living in the freedom he had always sought, far from the politics and burdens he never wanted. Yet Arya's own life was steeped in those very burdens. She held court regularly in Winterfell's Great Hall, hearing petitions and pronouncing judgments. She had learned, over time, to measure her words carefully, to keep her face neutral when listening to convoluted feuds between minor lords or squabbles among farmers over who owned a strip of land. The maester and her steward meticulously recorded each case. Often, she'd begin these sessions early in the day, with the windows still fogged by the cool breath of morning, and continue until the shafts of afternoon light slanted across the flagstones. Winterfell's people had grown used to her swift and steady justice. She might not be as diplomatic as Sansa, but she had a way of cutting through deceptions. Sometimes all it took was a tilt of her head, a faint narrowing of her eyes, and those who lied began to stammer. Rumors abounded that she could see into the hearts of men, or that she carried a dagger beneath her cloak that had once slain a king. She did nothing to contradict these whispers. If fear kept lies at bay, so be it. Sansa's duties took her far from Winterfell in those days. She traveled to White Harbor more than once, meeting with House Manderly to bolster trade agreements that would bring fish and grains up the White Knife. White Harbor was still the North's major port, and it had suffered under the strain of past wars. Roads needed repair, walls needed reinforcing, and ships had to be rebuilt. The Manderlys, loyal for generations, welcomed Sansa warmly, remembering her leadership during the darkest winters. She wrote back to Arya with updates about the harbor's progress. Her letters usually included small personal details. How the city smelled of brine and seaweed at dawn, how seagulls wheeled overhead in chaotic flocks. Sometimes, Sansa's words betrayed a longing to return home, but she also knew that her flair for diplomacy served the North best when she was out forging alliances. In those letters, she asked after Arya's well-being, always in her gentle, older sister way. Arya found the gesture touching. Despite their complicated history, the two had come to rely on each other in a way neither could have foreseen during their childhood rivalries. She responded that all was well, that the harvest in the last season had been good, and that the root cellars stood fully stocked in case of unexpected frosts. Once, she made a wry comment about how the younger guards still flinched when she corrected their sword grip, and she could almost hear Sansa's indulgent chuckle in reply. Their letters were not overly long, but they kept the bond of Stark's sisterhood alive and strong. As time progressed, various houses of the North drifted back into the daily concerns of a land at peace. House Glover resumed its logging in the deep forests near Deepwood Motte, sending caravans of lumber to rebuild villages. House Serwyn took on the care of orphans from the wars, ensuring they were fed and taught a trade. House Mormont, led by a fierce female cousin of the late Lady Lyanna Mormont, guarded Bear Island with a vigilance that few could match. They had lost so many in the wars against the dead and the southern conflicts, but they remained resolute, each house proud and stubborn as Northerners tended to be. Arya kept close ties with them, inviting their leaders to Winterfell every few moons for a feast or council. These meetings were not always convivial. Some lords disliked leaving their domains, resenting that they should come pay respects to a lady of Winterfell who was known to fight like a sellsword. Yet Arya welcomed even the grumblers, listened to their concerns, and found ways to address them. Over time, they recognized she was no figurehead. On one such occasion, a gathering of several northern lords took place in the Great Hall. The long tables groaned under trenchers of roasted duck, spiced sausages, boiled potatoes, and hearty stews. Dark northern beer and strong mead flowed freely. Arya dined at the head table beside Lord Manderly's son, a plump man who seemed more at ease talking about White Harbor's fishing fleets than state affairs. Farther down, Lord Glover and a representative from House Umber clinked tankards, reminiscing in loud voices about battles fought and won. But as the evening wore on, Arya noticed that the conversation leaned toward the future. Many had begun to speak of forging new roads, establishing trade with faraway regions, or encouraging more settlement in the Gift, those lands near the Wall historically given to the Night's Watch. Now that the dead no longer threatened from beyond the Wall, those lands had lain untended and could be revived to feed future generations. Arya listened, understanding that the North's expansion and stability would rest, in part, on these bold ventures. Yet it was not all harmony. She heard scattered remarks from some of the older lords who still carried bitterness in their hearts, memories of how the South had let the North suffer or how the Night's Watch had been reduced to a fraction of its former might before the wars. One or two cast sideways glances at Arya as if to gauge her stance on reopening old wounds. She responded with measured words, reminding them that the North could stand tall only if it did not let old grudges devour its energy. It was a line Ned Stark might have used, although she delivered it in her own curt manner. By the time the feast ended, the lords departed in varying states of satisfaction, but at least they had spoken together rather than let resentments fester in isolation. Later that night, Arya found herself in Winterfell's library, a place she had not frequented much as a child. It was a lofty chamber with shelves that rose nearly to the vaulting overhead. Candle sconces cast dancing shadows on scrolls and tomes arranged by subject, though the system was half lost to time. She was searching for a particular volume of Northern history, hoping to glean more about the ancient traditions around the Gift. Maester Louis assisted her, rummaging through the shelves with a cautious excitement. They discovered old records referencing Brandon the Builder, who had not only helped create the Wall but had decreed a wide swath of land for the Watch. Arya traced her finger along the faded lines, trying to picture what it might have looked like when men still thronged to the Night's Watch, believing it a sacred duty. She wondered if that era could be rekindled or if too much had changed. The next morning, she dispatched a raven to Castle Black, inquiring about the state of the Watch. The commander there was a gruff man named Morven, chosen by the handful of remaining brothers after the Great Wars. Arya asked if they had enough supplies, if they would welcome settlers in the Gift to farm the land and perhaps tithe a portion of their harvest to the Watch. A few weeks later, a raven returned with a terse reply. They had no objection, as the Watch was only a shadow of its former self and needed all the help it could get. The letter ended with a short comment that some free folk had already begun homesteads in the furthest reaches of the Gift, living simple lives and hunting for game. Arya found the news promising. It meant that a union of old and new was possible, a chance for the people of the North to reclaim land that had once been lost to fear and neglect. She conferred with her advisors and, in time, announced a plan to encourage families to settle in the Gift, offering tax incentives and the protection of Winterfell's garrisons. The response was cautious at first. Most common folk preferred to remain near the established villages, but slowly a few ambitious souls took up the challenge. They ventured north with wagons and livestock, staking out new homesteads along streams and in the shelter of low hills. Arya sent patrols to ensure their safety and arranged for shipments of grain and building materials. Sometimes she rode out herself, accompanied by a small retinue, to see how the settlers fared. She would arrive at a rough-hewn cabin, a half-finished palisade around it, and find a family greeting her with a mix of awe and gratitude, for few lords or ladies bothered to visit such distant holdings in person. In these journeys, she caught glimpses of a changing North. Little clusters of smoke rising from hearth fires in a place that had once been an empty expanse of wind-blown snow. There was something heartening about seeing hardy Northerners forging a new life, forging a peace that might endure beyond the scars of war. And the presence of the free folk, living in scattered villages even farther to the north, offered a new cultural exchange. Sometimes Arya's party encountered a group of free folk hunters. The initial meetings could be tense, but as the huntsmen realized she was not there to chase them off, a fragile respect grew. Arya recalled the alliances Jon had built with Tormund giants Bane and others, how that friendship had turned the tide in the war against the dead. She wanted to honor that spirit of unity even if it meant treading a delicate line. She told them they were free to roam and hunt in the unclaimed expanses so long as they did not raid the new settlements. Many nodded, expressing no interest in raiding neighbors who treated them with some measure of respect. Not all were as open-minded, of course. Generations of animosity died hard. But each conversation was a small step toward a more cohesive North. Winterfell thrived in those seasons. The blacksmith's forge rang with the sound of hammers shaping new tools and swords. The stables filled with horses bred for both speed and endurance, essential for the long distances in the North. Whispers circulated among travelers that Winterfell was reclaiming its stature as a stronghold of prosperity and innovation. Arya oversaw it with a calm that sometimes surprised her. She had never pictured herself in this role, balancing ledgers and forging alliances, but her sense of duty had grown roots deep in her soul. Each night, she felt the weight of responsibility pressing down, yet she embraced it as part of the vow she had made to protect her family's home. Inevitably, there were moments that reminded her just how fragile peace could be. One bitter autumn, word reached Winterfell of shadowy raiders near the easternmost edges of the Dread Fort's old territory. House Bolton, once a terror, was no more, but their seat had passed to a distant cousin of the Stark line who took no pleasure in the Bolton name. The new lord struggled to manage the scattered folk who still clung to old Bolton lands. A few of them had turned to banditry, attacking remote homesteads, claiming they were the rightful heirs of some lost cause. Arya rode out with her guard, determined to put an end to the raids. The crisp wind carried a faint odor of decay, and the forests there felt hostile, as if the land itself remembered centuries of cruelty. They found the bandits holed up in an abandoned fortress, a crumbling structure half-sunken into a hillside. The fight was short, brutal, and decisive. Arya led her men with the same focused precision she had displayed in every combat since her youth. She had not lost her edge, even if she wielded it sparingly. One of the bandits sneered at her, claiming to be a Bolton loyalist, spitting foul curses about how the Starks had stolen what was rightfully theirs. She met his eyes with an icy stare before disarming him so swiftly he fell to the ground in shock, his blade clattering out of reach. A single nod to her guards signaled that these men were to be taken prisoner and brought to Winterfell for judgment. She would not let them roam free to terrorize others, nor would she cut them down without a proper hearing. Justice had to be seen, not just done in the dark. They returned with the prisoners chained to horses, trudging through mud and early snow flurries, and the message went out that the North would not abide outlaws. That evening, after the prisoners were locked away, Arya walked the battlements, letting the cold sharpen her senses. She thought about the cycle of violence and vengeance that had gripped the North in the years before. Houses rising, houses falling, small folk caught in the middle. She wondered if it would ever truly end. But then she looked out across the castle courtyard, seeing lamplight from the windows of the keep, hearing the distant laughter of children who felt safe enough to play after dark. That was what she fought for, a place where the next generation wouldn't grow up in constant fear. She exhaled warm breath meeting frosty air and felt a spark of resolve. She would not let the old nightmares resurface. Matters of state continued to roll on. Merchants from the Riverlands arrived in wagons with barrels of fish and produce, trading for northern furs and timber. Delegations from the Vale rode in more frequently, forging deeper ties now that the Council of Regents for the young Arryn heir had stabilized the region. At one point, Arya found herself in a lengthy discussion with Lord Royce and Lady Waynwood about establishing a mountain path that would facilitate trade between the Vale and the North without the perilous journey across the Neck. The project sounded ambitious, cutting roads through rugged hills and bridging deep ravines, but the potential benefits were enormous, especially if they could reduce dependence on the narrower passes near Moat Cailin. She agreed to send a small group of northern surveyors to collaborate with engineers from the Vale, fully aware that such an undertaking might take years, if it happened at all. Yet these were the sorts of endeavors that shaped the realm's future, and Arya was no longer the restless child who only craved the next adventure. She had learned to plan for what lay beyond the horizon. Sansa returned from her travels around midwinter, bringing with her an entourage of Riverlanders and a few craftsmen from the south. She arrived at Winterfell late in the evening, the courtyard torches throwing flickers of light across her pale red hair as she dismounted. Arya met her with a short embrace, feeling an unexpected swell of warmth at having her sister back under the same roof. Sansa's face showed signs of tiredness, shadows beneath her eyes, a strain in her posture. But her smile was genuine. As they walked inside, brushing snow from their cloaks, Sansa told her of minor squabbles in the Riverlands that she had smoothed over, of alliances that might help expand northern trade. She also mentioned that Edmure Tully, their uncle, was doing his best to restore Riverrun's fortunes, but the region had lost many men in the wars. Crops grew again, but labor was in short supply. They took a supper of hot mutton, bread, and wine in Arya Solar. Sansa recounted her journeys, how the roads south of the Neck were still pitted and broken in many places, how bandits occasionally tried to extort tolls from merchants. Arya listened intently. At last, Sansa broached a new subject. She had heard rumors from King's Landing, something about potential conflicts arising in the Crownlands as different factions vied for influence around the new monarchy. Arya felt a twinge of caution. She did not trust that the North's independence would always remain unquestioned. Sooner or later, the Southerners might look north again, especially if they believed the Starks too strong or too wealthy. She voiced her concern and Sansa nodded. They agreed that vigilance was crucial, but for now they would not seek trouble where none was confirmed. In the days that followed, Winterfell seemed all the livelier for Sansa's presence. She took over some of the administrative duties, managing the correspondences and trade deals that Arya often found tedious. That left Arya freer to handle training, defense, and personal visits to outlying regions. One afternoon, she found herself in the training yard, sparring with young men barely out of boyhood. Most of them had grown up hearing legends of the she-wolf of Winterfell. Now they discovered that the legends were quite real. Arya barely broke a sweat disarming them, her movements quick and fluid. She corrected their posture, barked at them to keep their shields higher, and showed them how to anticipate an opponent's feint. A few ended up flat on the ground, gasping in surprise. Arya offered a hand to each, helping them up with a tight smile, reminding them that the North needed every able arm to be sharp. The overhead sky was a crisp blue, a sun so bright it hurt the eyes, reflecting off patches of snow. When she finally sheathed her practice sword and dismissed the trainees, she became aware of someone watching her from a corner of the yard. It was a young woman with auburn hair, perhaps a few years younger than Arya. She wore the plain clothing of a commoner, though well-kept, and her gaze followed Arya with a mix of awe and curiosity. Arya approached, asking if she was in need of something. The girl curtsied awkwardly, stammering that she was one of the new arrivals in Winterfell, a refugee from the west whose village had been destroyed in a conflict among local lords. She had heard that the Lady of Winterfell sometimes allowed women to train with weapons if they wished. Arya studied her a moment, recalling her own frustration in childhood at being denied the sword lessons her brothers received. She nodded, telling the young woman that if she was serious, she could join the next practice session. The girl's face lit up. Arya could not help but feel a glimmer of satisfaction. If the North was truly going to stand apart, it needed to harness the strengths of all its people. In the weeks that followed, this young woman, her name was Kessa, proved determined, learning quickly under Arya's guidance. A few of the more conservative members of the household whispered about it behind their hands. But Arya did not care. She remembered being that girl, longing to hold a blade properly, to be taken seriously. Besides, the North had always bred hardy women, from the Mormonts on Bear Island to the fierce wildling spear wives. Kessa's presence was another sign of changing times. Winter settled in with its usual harshness, but the worst of it lasted only a few months. By the time the snows began to thaw, news came that Sansa's negotiations with the Riverlands had borne fruit. A caravan of skilled potters and masons would head north in the spring to help rebuild sections of Winterfell that were still in disrepair from the wars. Additionally, a group of farmers planned to settle near White Harbor, bringing new methods of irrigation. These developments promised to fortify the North's position. Arya approved wholeheartedly, though she cautioned Sansa about how resources were allocated. She had come to understand that a fortress like Winterfell required constant upkeep, from the roof beams in the Great Keep to the stables and granaries. Every project needed a careful balance of labor and materials. Meanwhile, Arya continued to receive letters from Maester Morven at Castle Black. The settlement efforts in the Gift were slowly expanding, and some of the free folk had begun to trade pelts and game with the new homesteaders. While tensions still flared from time to time, there had been no serious violence. Arya found these tidings encouraging. The idea of the old boundaries between wildlings and northerners dissolving under shared labor and respect felt like a fulfillment of Jon's long-ago dream. Yet the realm was not free of strife. A fresh rumor circulated that a claimant to the Iron Throne had emerged in the Stormlands, a distant relative of House Baratheon, rallying malcontents around the idea that the current monarch had no true right. Tales such as these often sprung up in times of relative peace, ambitious individuals seeking power by questioning old successions. Arya tried not to let it consume her attention. The North was officially independent, and Sansa's contact with King's Landing suggested no immediate threat. Still, Arya's experiences had taught her that faraway claims could fester and spread until they ignited a full-blown war. She quietly put her scouts on alert, instructing them to pay close attention to any unusual movement of knights or sellswords near Moat Cailin. If armies marched north, the Watchers would know before they reached the neck. Her diligence paid off one chilly morning when a swift rider arrived at Winterfell, exhausted and half-frozen, bearing news from the south. A band of knights carrying black stag banners was reportedly moving up the King's Road. They did not appear to be a large force, perhaps a few dozen, but they traveled with a sense of purpose. Some said they were emissaries from this new Baratheon pretender. Others whispered they might be mercenaries paid to scout the North's defenses. The rider, a loyal retainer of House Serwyn, had risked night travel to bring the warning. Arya sent him to warm himself by the kitchen fires, then summoned her most trusted guards and advisors. She had no intention of letting an unknown host waltz into Winterfell unchallenged. Later that day, she gathered a company of mounted soldiers, some of the best archers, a few skilled swordsmen, and Ghost padding quietly among them. She wore a dark cloak over her leather armor, her hair tied back from her face, needle strapped at her side, and a dagger hidden under her belt. They rode south along the King's Road, following the tracks the messenger had indicated. The day was overcast, threatening sleet or a sudden flurry of snow. The wind carried the smells of damp earth and old pine needles, reminding Arya of the times she had traveled this way in her youth, though under circumstances far different. They encountered the black stag banners near a crossroads tavern, its sign creaking in the breeze. The knights, dressed in mail and half-helmets, were camped around a small cluster of tents. Their horses were tethered at a makeshift corral, steam rising from the animals' flanks in the cold air. As Arya's company approached, the knights stirred, some placing hands on hilts. Their leader, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a weathered face, stepped forward. Arya signaled her guards to hold back. She guided her mare ahead until she was only a few strides away from the man, Ghost lingering at her stirrup. He introduced himself as Ser Allard Storm, sworn to the rightful Baratheon heir who challenged the crown in King's Landing. Arya said nothing, merely studied him with a flat stare, letting the hush stretch until it grew uncomfortable. The knights shifted in their armor. Ser Allard finally cleared his throat and declared that they had come to treat with the North, hoping to persuade Lady Arya Stark to join their cause against the usurper in the South. She asked him curtly what exactly his master offered the North. Ser Allard rattled off a litany of promises: favorable trade rights, official recognition of the North's borders, certain titles for the Starks at court, words that made Arya want to snort. She had no interest in southern titles or the politics of a distant throne. But she kept her composure. She asked what this new claimant demanded in return. Ser Allard's eyes flickered with a cunning light. Their lord expected an alliance, men, swords, perhaps even a marriage tie that might bind House Stark to the Stormlands. Arya could almost hear the subtle scorn in his tone when he said Lady Arya Stark, as though he doubted her claim or her competence. She let him speak, then told him plainly that the North had bled enough in southern wars and had no intention of picking sides. He tried to press further, suggesting that if the North remained neutral, it might lose out when the rightful king assumed power. Arya's guards tensed, but she remained outwardly calm. She reminded him that the North was independent and owed fealty to no one in King's Landing. The riders behind her stirred restlessly, their hands on weapons as though they expected the conversation to escalate. Ser Allard hesitated, sensing he was overstepping, and shifted tactics. He asked for permission to travel to Winterfell to plead his lord's case more thoroughly. Arya considered the idea and decided not to let them approach her seat in numbers. She told him he could send a single representative if he truly wished, but the rest would need to remain outside the North's official borders. She might have barred them altogether, but a part of her was curious to learn more about this potential threat, or to at least keep it in sight. Ser Allard bristled at the restriction but eventually nodded. A slight smirk tugged at his mouth, as if he believed one emissary would be enough to sway Winterfell. Arya inclined her head, then ordered her men to remain watchful. She pivoted her horse and trotted back to her company, Ghost loping alongside. They set up a temporary camp at a nearby vantage point where they could monitor the knights, ensuring they made no sudden moves northward. By dawn, the single representative, a bookish young man named Halmon, had been chosen. He rode with Arya's band back toward Winterfell while Ser Allard and the bulk of his knights stayed behind, encamped near the crossroads. The journey back felt tense, the emissary riding in stony silence, aware that he was surrounded by armed northerners who did not appear friendly. Upon reaching Winterfell, the youth marveled at the fortress, its sprawling walls, the hot springs steaming in the cold air, the watchful presence of guards at every gate. He was shown to a modest guest chamber near the maester's tower, not the more comfortable quarters reserved for allies. Arya wanted him to understand that this was not a warm welcome, merely a civil one. That evening, she and Sansa met the emissary in a small council room. Halmon, wearing thick woolen garments embroidered with a golden stag, bowed awkwardly. Sansa greeted him politely while Arya remained by the hearth, leaning against the stone mantle. Halmon repeated much of what Ser Allard had said, how a Baratheon claimant named Durin Stormbreaker, a dramatic name that might have been self-chosen, planned to take the throne from a weak and unworthy king. If the North aided him, he would grant them tax exemptions, official recognition, possibly lands in the southern river valleys, and so on. It was a honeyed offer, but one that rung hollow. Sansa's face betrayed skepticism. Arya listened until he finished, then asked a single question: how many swords did this Durin Stormbreaker truly command? Halmon waffled, evading specifics, and Arya's sharp tone cut him off. She had no patience for fancy words that led nowhere. She could almost feel Sansa's silent support from across the room, a steady presence. They did not need to exchange a glance to know they were of one mind. The North had spilled too much blood for southern crowns. The last thing they wanted was another war. If Durin's claims were genuine, let him settle them in the south. The North was not for sale. When Arya said as much, Halmon tried one more angle, suggesting that if the North did not support them, perhaps they might consider neutrality in exchange for certain trade privileges. Sansa smoothly took over, explaining that the North already held trade rights with the Riverlands and the Vale, and would soon open new routes if the southern situation remained stable. There was no impetus to ally with a pretender. Halmon left that meeting visibly deflated. Over the next few days, he lingered in Winterfell, hoping to secure at least a statement of non-interference that he could bring back to his lord. Sansa and Arya agreed to draft a formal letter affirming the North's independence and neutrality. Arya wrote it in a blunt style, but Sansa refined the language, removing any tone of insult. At length, Halmon departed, letter in hand, escorted south by a small detachment of Stark guards. Arya instructed them to ensure that once Halmon was safely reunited with his companions, the knights withdrew from northern lands at once. If they lingered, they would be seen as trespassers. For a time, it seemed that would be the end of it. The Black Stag banners vanished from the crossroads, and no further news arrived of Baratheon activity near the neck. Arya turned her attention back to internal matters, a new forging technique her smith Roderick wanted to try, the expansions in the gift, the continued trickle of letters from King's Landing and other corners of Westeros. She breathed easier, suspecting that the so-called Durin Stormbreaker was unlikely to make real headway. The realm was weary of endless disputes for the Iron Throne, and few great lords had an appetite for more bloodshed. But the respite was short. Another messenger arrived, this one from the Riverlands, bearing frantic tidings. A contingent of these Black Stag Knights had been spotted further east, near the northern branches of the Trident. They were recruiting mercenaries in local towns, paying with southern gold. Worse, there were whispers they might try to infiltrate White Harbor or gain passage on ships to sail around to the western coast. If they reached Deepwood Motte by sea, they could attempt a landing in the north and bypass the land-based defenses Arya had set. The letter concluded with a plea for the North to be on guard. Arya felt a cold anger as she folded the parchment. It seemed these knights were not content to accept her rejection. Perhaps they believed they could force her hand or exploit some perceived weakness. At once, she called her captains to the Great Hall. Sansa was away again, this time at Moat Cailin, overseeing repairs to the fortress that guarded the neck. Arya stood at the head of the hall, dark brows drawn together as she addressed the assembly. They needed to watch the coastal approaches, especially near Bear Island and the Rills, to ensure no foreign knights landed unannounced. She ordered ravens sent to House Manderley in White Harbor, instructing them to deny entry to any large group bearing the Black Stag banner. She also sent word to House Glover at Deepwood Motte, cautioning them to patrol the coastline and be ready should these knights attempt a landing. Her captains listened in tense silence, each man fully aware of how quickly a small spark could ignite a larger conflict. Within days, the North was on alert. The port at White Harbor bolstered its watch, intercepting suspicious ships and questioning travelers more thoroughly. Up at Deepwood Motte, Lord Glover's men patrolled the beaches, scanning the horizon for sails. Arya personally led a patrol along the coastline west of Winterfell, riding over rugged terrain where the pines met rocky beaches. Ghost kept stride with her, silent but ever watchful. The men with her, loyal to House Stark for years, said little as they traveled, but she sensed their unease. They did not want another war. She pushed them onward, determined that if these intruders tested the north, they would find no easy mark. For a while, the Watchers spied only fishing vessels or small merchant cogs hugging the coast. But one gray morning, as mist clung to the shoreline like a pale shroud, the distant silhouette of a larger ship appeared on the horizon. Arya watched from a high promontory, her eyes narrowed against the damp air. A Glover scout spotted what looked like multiple silhouettes behind the lead ship, perhaps a small fleet. They were too far out to be sure of their banners. Arya's group raced along the coastline, trying to keep pace with the vessels. Eventually, they saw sails bearing a sigil that might have been a stag, but the angle and distance made it difficult to confirm. The ships never came ashore, as though testing the waters for a suitable landing place, then vanished back into the fog. Arya could practically feel the tension ratchet higher among her men. They returned to Deepwood Motte and relayed what they had seen. Lord Glover, a hard-faced man with the lines of worry etched deep, muttered curses under his breath. He claimed he'd faced too many southern armies in his lifetime. The North had earned its peace, and he would fight to keep it. Arya discussed possibilities with him. If these knights tried a landing, they might choose a less guarded stretch of coast to the north or possibly circle to Bear Island. She asked if he could spare a few ships to patrol the waters. He agreed, though his resources were not large. The Mormonts might add a few more, but the northern fleet was never as robust as the southern navies. Returning to Winterfell, Arya felt the weight of responsibility settle once again on her shoulders. The realm might consider the north a single, monolithic region, but she knew how vast and rugged it was, how easy it could be for determined foes to slip through. She increased the watchers on the roads, instructing them to stop any large group traveling under suspicious circumstances. She hoped this show of vigilance would discourage further attempts. Meanwhile, she wrote urgent letters to Sansa and House Manderley detailing what the Watchers had observed. She wanted to ensure no angle was overlooked. If she had learned anything from her years surviving on the run, it was that the enemy might strike from unexpected directions. In the midst of these preparations, life at Winterfell tried to continue as normally as it could. The kitchens still bustled with stew pots and fresh bread. Children still played in the courtyards, throwing snowballs and shrieking laughter. The blacksmith hammered metal into shape, forging axes and swords that might soon see use if these intruders tested the North's mettle. On the surface, it seemed like any other winter heading into a hopeful spring. But a quiet tension hummed beneath the daily routine, a sense that conflict loomed just beyond the horizon. Arya spent her evenings in late councils, discussing with her guard captains the finer details of preparing the castle for a siege or a pitched battle. Winterfell had withstood countless storms, yet no fortress was impregnable if the attackers were determined enough. She would not underestimate these men from the Stormlands, especially if they counted experienced Sellswords among their number. Now and then, she remembered her younger self, how she had dreamed of battles and feats of valor. The reality was far more exhausting. Sleepless nights, worry etched into every decision, the knowledge that good people could die if she made a mistake. She took a few breaks to clear her mind, often walking beneath the bare branches of the godswood. The heart tree's face wore its timeless, solemn expression. She found a strange solace in its presence, as though the old gods of the north remained watchful, even if they seldom offered direct guidance. She might close her eyes, her breath visible in the cold, and murmur a silent request for wisdom. This was not quite prayer. Arya had always been uncertain of the gods after what she had seen in Bravos, but it was a confession of her hopes and fears, offered into the quiet hush of nature. Sometimes, she imagined she felt a faint stirring from the tree, as if it knew more than it let on. Finally, a new raven arrived from White Harbor with intelligence. The Manderleys had spotted 2 suspicious ships moored offshore under the cover of night. Local fishermen had seen figures rowing to the docks in small boats, carrying crates and weapons. The next morning, those figures were gone. Manderley's men had searched the wharves and taverns, learning that a group of Sellswords, disguised as wandering mercenaries, had made landfall. Where they went afterward was anyone's guess. Arya stared at the letter, tension coiling in her chest. Sellswords in the north, presumably in the pay of this Baratheon pretender, meant that a clandestine infiltration was underway. In response, she sent out her best trackers. She also alerted the lords near the White Knife, instructing them to watch for strangers passing through their lands. Winterfell's gates were put under stricter guard, with visitors questioned about their purpose. She disliked turning Winterfell into a fortress suspicious of every traveler, but she could not risk letting these infiltrators roam unchecked. Days slid by with no sightings, no conclusive leads. It was as if the cell's words had vanished into the wilderness. The rumor mill buzzed with theories. Perhaps they were forging secret alliances with disgruntled minor lords, or maybe they were preparing a surprise attack at some remote location. Late one night, as Arya stood on the ramparts gazing out into the moonlit fields, a messenger arrived, breath steaming in the cold. He bore news from a small settlement east of Winterfell, a place known for its iron mines. A group of strangers had appeared there, flashing gold coins and asking questions about how to reach Winterfell. When the villagers grew suspicious, the strangers vanished. The local reeve sent a man to spread word of the encounter. This was the first concrete clue. Arya lost no time. She gathered a dozen seasoned riders, men who knew how to track, and set off immediately. Snow flurries drifted down, glittering in the pale moonlight as they galloped east, Ghost once more a silent streak at their side. Arriving at the settlement by dawn, they questioned the villagers. An old miner, his face blackened with soot, said he had seen the strangers heading northeast, possibly toward an abandoned hunting lodge deep in the forest. Without pausing to rest, Arya led her company that way, winding through dense pines and across frozen streams. The forest was hushed, save for the crunch of hooves on snow. Ghost ran ahead at intervals, nose to the ground, then circled back, sensing the men were close. Near midday, they came upon a crude encampment tucked between thick evergreens. A single wisp of smoke rose from a fire pit. Arya held up a hand, signaling her men to dismount and advance quietly. They spread out in a loose semicircle, weapons drawn. Ghost crept low, sniffing at the perimeter. Before long, one of her trackers spotted footprints and motioned for the rest to close in. They surprised the Sellswords. There were half a dozen, huddled in their cloaks, presumably forging plans or counting coin. At the sight of armed riders closing in, the intruders scrambled for their weapons. One tried to flee into the woods but was cut off by a pair of Arya's men. Another lunged at Arya with a short sword. She parried his blow with needle, her training taking over as she pivoted aside and struck his forearm. He yelped, dropping the sword. Her men quickly moved in, disarming and subduing the rest. Within moments, the Sellswords were surrounded. All resistance ended. Arya surveyed them with a cool stare. Their leader, a wiry man with a scarred cheek, glowered at her, lips curling in defiance. She demanded to know their purpose and who had sent them. At first, they spat curses, refusing to talk. Arya regarded them quietly, letting the tension build. She had learned from the faceless men that silence could be a more effective tool than threats. Her guards dragged the captives to their knees, binding their hands. Ghost stood near Arya, ears perked, a low rumble in his throat. Even the most hardened Sellsword knew better than to test a direwolf. Eventually, the leader sneered out a few words. They were hired to gather information, to scout the fortress, and if possible, slip inside. He would not say it outright, but Arya guessed sabotage or infiltration was in mind. She pressed harder, demanding the name of the one who paid them. The man's eyes flickered. "Our coin is good. That's all that matters," he growled. Arya nodded to one of her men who pressed a knife to the Sellsword's throat. The man tensed, glancing wildly at the rest of his band, who were clearly terrified. Realizing his position, he finally mumbled something about receiving orders from a Black Stag Knight near the Trident. It was enough confirmation. These men served the Baratheon claimant, no doubt, though they might not know the full details of his ambitions. They marched the captives back to Winterfell, bound in ropes, their ankles shackled under close watch. The journey was slow, the air cold enough to redden faces and numb fingers. Arya's men remained vigilant, for desperate captives sometimes tried to break free. But these Sellswords were dispirited, stumbling along, likely regretting their choice to accept coin for a mission in the forbidding north. Once at Winterfell, they were locked in the dungeon. Arya arranged for them to be fed, though sparsely, while she decided their fate. She questioned them separately, gleaning bits of information here and there about their employer, the route they took, and the possibility of other cells scattered through the north. Days later, Sansa returned, having heard that trouble was brewing. The sisters consulted in private. They weighed whether to execute the cell's words or keep them prisoner, possibly exchanging them for something of value if this crisis escalated. Sansa argued that harsh punishment might send a strong message that the North would not be trifled with. Arya pointed out that the cell's words might have more intelligence yet to divulge. They reached a compromise: hold them for a time, give them a chance to talk, then if no further information emerged, make an example of the ringleaders while showing mercy to any who had been coerced. It was a stern, balanced approach. Neither sister relished unnecessary killing, but they would not let the North become a haven for conspirators. Word of the captured cell's words spread quickly among Winterfell's inhabitants. It became the talk of the fortress, overshadowing the usual gossip. More travelers arrived with rumors that the Baratheon claimant's cause was floundering in the south, that the king in King's Landing had rallied key houses against him. It seemed likely that this last, desperate attempt to recruit northern support would fail. But a cornered pretender could still cause chaos. Arya kept her guard rotations tight and had Sansa send ravens to major houses, warning them to watch for additional infiltrators. The winter nights grew longer, the wind outside the windows howling like a chorus of distant wolves. Arya found herself pacing the corridors late into the evening, as if expecting trouble to leap from every shadow. Memories of bravos and her old training prickled at the back of her mind. A girl must always be ready. She was not that girl anymore, and yet some lessons stayed forever. Whenever she felt the tension knot her shoulders, she would step outside and breathe the cold air, letting the familiar scent of pine and snow remind her where she was home. It steadied her in a way no foreign temple ever could. Then, just when it seemed the crisis might dissipate, a raven arrived from House Glover with grave tidings. A sizable contingent of the Black Stag Knights had landed further up the coast under cover of darkness, possibly near an old smuggler's cove. Villagers had reported seeing torches in the night, hearing the clank of armor. Lord Glover was rallying his forces, but he feared he might be outnumbered if the knights had allied with local sellswords. Arya read the letter twice, her stomach twisting. This was worse than infiltration. This was a direct breach of northern territory. She wasted no time. She dispatched messages to nearby lords, summoning their men to converge on Deepwood Motte. If the knights were attempting to seize a beachhead, she would crush the invasion before it could spread. The next morning, Arya rode out with a formidable host of Winterfell's soldiers. She left Sansa behind to maintain order and watch the roads. The ride west was grueling: frigid winds, icy paths, days shortened by the season's gloom. The men pressed on, some looking grimly determined, others glancing at Arya with glimmers of confidence, as though remembering how she had led them before. Ghost bounded in the lead, occasionally disappearing into the woods to scout. When at last they neared Deepwood Motte, Lord Glover's outriders greeted them with urgency, reporting that the Black Stag Knights were indeed entrenched in the cove. They had erected a makeshift palisade, guarding their ships. Their numbers might be close to 100, possibly more. Arya called a war council in the courtyard of Deepwood Motte. Snow swirled around them, dusting the armor of the gathered captains and guards. The Glover men described the terrain: rocky beaches, thick forest on one side, cliffs on the other. Attacking head-on would be costly, but stealth might serve them well. If they could circle through the forest and strike from the flank, they might catch the knights off guard. Arya listened carefully, recalling her father's lessons about strategy as well as her own experiences. She decided on a pincer movement. One force would engage the knights from the beach, drawing their attention, while another, led by her, would sweep in from the woods above. At first light, they moved out. The wind off the water knifed through cloaks and furs. Arya's heart pounded with the cold and the anticipation of battle. She led her contingent through the forest, stepping carefully over gnarled roots and slippery rocks. The trees were dense, blocking out much of the early sunlight. Her men kept silent, breath steaming in the frigid air. Ghost padded beside Arya, tail low, ears forward. She felt a stirring of the old excitement she had once known as a child, imagining glorious fights, but now it was tempered by responsibility. Lives hung on her decisions. A horn blew in the distance, signaling that Lord Glover's forces had begun their assault on the beach. Shouts and the crash of steel echoed through the trees. Arya tensed, motioning for her group to close ranks. They crept forward until the forest thinned, revealing the cove below. She saw the Black Stag banners fluttering near the ships. Knights in dark armor clashed with Glover men in the surf, waves foaming around their boots. Near a makeshift wall of sharpened stakes, archers loosed arrows at Glover's charge. The chaos of battle roiled across the shoreline. Arya raised her hand, signaled her men to sweep down. They launched themselves from the slope, sliding on loose gravel. Ghost bounded ahead with a feral snarl, startling the archers who whirled around too late. Arya was among the first to engage, cutting down a knight who tried to swing a warhammer at her. She moved faster than he expected, sidestepping his blow and driving needle through a gap in his armor. A second knight lunged, sword raised high. Arya ducked, letting him overextend, then opened a slice across his side. She felt no pleasure in it, only the cold focus that had been drilled into her from the day she first held a blade. Her men poured around her, clashing with the startled knights. Lord Glover's forces pressed from the beach and the pincer closed. The fighting was fierce but relatively brief. Outnumbered and surrounded, the Black Stag Knights held for a time, rallying around a tall figure who must have been Ser Allard Storm. Arya glimpsed him through the melee, swinging his sword with punishing strength. She recognized him from the crossroads, the same gritty scowl. He must have led this incursion, gambling on a swift victory. Now that gamble was failing. Bodies fell on both sides, the cold surf staining red. Gradually, the northern lines closed in, forcing the knights back toward the ships. Some tried to flee onto the boats, hoping to escape. Archers along the ridge rained down arrows, picking them off before they could push off into deeper water. Arya pressed forward until she stood face to face with Ser Allard. He recognized her, hatred flickering in his eyes. With a roar, he swung. She met his blade with needle. His strength was considerable and the shock of impact reverberated up her arm. She danced sideways, forcing him to pivot in the treacherous sand. He landed a glancing blow on her shoulder armor. She hissed at the jolt of pain but kept her balance. Remember the hound's lessons, wait for an opening, strike with precision. As Ser Allard heaved his sword for another blow, she feinted left, then darted in on his unguarded right. Needle slipped under his gorget, drawing blood at his neck. He staggered, eyes wide, sword dropping from his hand. Breathing hard, Arya stared at him. He collapsed to his knees in the surf, choking on blood, looking at her with a mixture of shock and fury. Then he slumped forward, water lapping at his armor. The Black Stag banner he had carried fluttered for a moment in the wind before a northern soldier tore it down, tossing it into the froth. All around them, the last resistance crumbled. Some knights fell to their knees in surrender. Others tried to fight on and were cut down by Glover men. The cove was awash in chaos, but the outcome was clear. The North had prevailed. When at last the bloodshed ended, Arya surveyed the carnage with grim determination. She ordered her men to gather prisoners, secure the ships, and tend to the wounded. Lord Glover approached, panting, a cut on his brow. He nodded at her. They had done what they needed to do. The Black Stag incursion was routed, its leader slain. Whatever plans this Baratheon pretender had for the North were in ruins. In time, the men stripped the enemy ships of valuables, discovering caches of weapons, barrels of dried provisions, and some crates of gold coins stamped with an unfamiliar sigil. Evidence enough that a substantial effort had gone into this attempt. Arya walked along the wet sand, needle still in hand, though her breath came ragged. She saw men kneeling beside fallen friends, saw the battered remains of a short, sharp war. The wind tugged at her cloak, stinging the cut on her shoulder. A swirl of memories seized her: battles in the Riverlands, the fighting pits of the undead, the time she had lost so much. A wave of mingled sorrow and anger threatened to choke her. Yet she steeled herself. She was Lady of Winterfell. She could not falter now. Under her direction, the fallen northern men were carried gently up the slope to be prepared for proper burials. The bodies of the enemy knights were dragged apart to be either burned or buried in a mass grave. It was a harsh but necessary reality. A sense of finality clung to the air, as though this violent clash had ended any illusions that the North could remain untouched by southern ambitions. Arya vowed that the next time such pretenders stirred, they would think twice before venturing so far into lands that did not want them. In the days that followed, she and Lord Glover oversaw the destruction of the makeshift fortifications in the cove. She left a small garrison to prevent any future landings. Then she led her weary men back to Deepwood Motte, where they would rest briefly before continuing on to Winterfell. On that ride, the weight of it all pressed down on her again. The men lost the knowledge that more conflicts could arise from a single ambitious pretender. Yet she also felt a grim sense of accomplishment. They had protected the North. They had refused to be drawn into a southern war. House Stark's legacy lived on in every act of defense. She reached Deepwood Motte by sundown. The tired soldiers stumbled to their tents, too drained even to celebrate properly. Arya dismounted with a wince, pressing a hand to her shoulder where Ser Allard's blade had struck. It would heal, she thought, though it was already bruising. A stable boy came to take her horse, and she tossed him the reins with a nod of thanks. Ghost hovered near, sniffing at the air as though still seeking hidden enemies. Arya placed a hand lightly on his fur, murmuring that it was done. For now. That night, in a small chamber lent to her by Lord Glover, she sank onto a narrow bed, exhaustion sapping her every muscle. She let her mind wander, sifting through all that had happened. The fight in the cove, the Sellswords in the forest, the infiltration attempts, none of it had toppled Winterfell, but it had reminded her that no place was truly impregnable. The North's best defense lay not just in walls and swords, but in the unity of its people, in the shared resolve that came from surviving the horrors of the past. She thought of Sansa, who would be waiting at Winterfell, anxious for news. She would have a raven sent the next morning. Still wearing her partial armor, Arya let her eyes drift shut. Sleep pulled at her like a tide, and she slipped into uneasy dreams of storms at sea, of ghostly stags galloping through the snow, of faces half-remembered from her old life. In the dream, she was a little girl racing through castle corridors, breathless with laughter. Then the corridors twisted, flickering with candlelight, and she felt fear rising, the stench of death closing in. She turned to find the weirwood heart tree looming, its red eyes weeping. She woke with a start, gasping in the darkness. The chamber was still except for the soft rasp of her own breathing. Her mind spun with the memory of that dream, but she calmed herself with the knowledge that she was no child anymore and that the specters of the past could not claim her as they once did. At dawn, she mustered the men again. Lord Glover stood at her side as they took stock of the wounded, ensuring they had sufficient healers and supplies for the journey home. A few men would remain at Deepwood Motte to help Glover strengthen his coastal watch. Others would return to Winterfell to recover. The captured knights, those who had survived, huddled in chains under guard. Glover spat at the sight of them but agreed they should be marched south and handed over to local authorities or ransomed back if their families wished. Arya insisted that none be allowed to remain in the north. She had no interest in retribution beyond ensuring they never again threatened her lands. The ride back to Winterfell was quieter, the men's spirits subdued by the memory of battle. But there was relief, too, that they had repelled the invaders. When the towers of Winterfell appeared on the horizon, rising solid and ancient from the expanse of snow, Arya felt a tired smile curve her lips. No matter how many times she returned home, she was always grateful to see those walls. Inside, she found Sansa waiting at the gate, a worried expression softening into relief when she saw Arya's tired but unbroken stance. They embraced briefly, each sister drawing strength from the other. There was so much to discuss, so many details to sort out, but for the moment all that mattered was that Winterfell still stood, unbowed. A day of rest was declared for the soldiers. The bodies of the northern fallen, brought back for burial, were laid out in the great hall for a solemn mourning ceremony. Sansa led the prayers for the old gods and the new, paying respects to those who had given their lives. Arya stood with the guard captains, silent, each name carving another notch of responsibility into her soul. She would see to it that their families were cared for, that their children would never go hungry or uneducated. Later that evening, as torches flickered along Winterfell's corridors, Arya joined Sansa in her solar to discuss what came next. They had beaten back this threat. The southern pretender might still rage, but it was unlikely he would commit more forces to the north, given his losses. Word would surely spread that the she-wolf of Winterfell had spilled the blood of those who tried to trespass. But victory also brought complications. Trade might suffer if merchants feared new unrest. Other southern factions might see the north as too formidable, too removed. Sansa, ever the diplomat, believed they should send a clarifying message to King's Landing reaffirming their independence but also their desire to maintain open commerce. Arya found the notion reasonable. She did not wish to become isolated. The north needed trade, if not southern meddling. In the days that followed, life found a semblance of normalcy again. The wounded healed, or in some cases, were carried home to recover with their families. Sansa drafted letters that Arya signed, dispatching them to the major seats of power across Westeros. The tone was firm yet measured. The North would not be bullied or drawn into the disputes for the Iron Throne, but it welcomed honest trade and friendship. If anyone doubted House Stark's resolve, they need only look to the cove at Deepwood Motte where the Blackstag banners had been trampled into the surf. As for the captive Sellswords back at Winterfell, Arya interrogated them one last time. Those who proved cooperative or who appeared to have been misled rather than willingly complicit were offered a chance to leave the North forever, provided they swore an oath never to bear arms against it again. A small handful seemed genuinely repentant, forced by circumstance to take dangerous work. Arya, remembering the moments in her life when she, too, had been driven by desperation, granted them clemency. They would join the laborers rebuilding parts of Winterfell for a term, under strict watch, of course. If they completed it without trouble, they could go free. The ringleaders, however, faced harsher justice, imprisoned for the time being, their fate to be decided once the North's position with the southern realms was secure. A display of mercy tempered by resolve was precisely what Arya believed her father would have done. With each passing week, the immediate crisis ebbed. Ravens arrived from the Riverlands and the Vale, praising the North for defending its borders and expressing relief that the conflict hadn't spilled across more of Westeros. Apparently, the Baratheon claimant's fortunes were fading. Rumor had it he was cornered near Storm's End, with few allies remaining. Arya expected that soon enough the matter would resolve itself. Either the man would be killed in battle or forced to yield. In any event, he would pose no further threat to the North. She felt a quiet satisfaction at that, though she refrained from any triumphal boasting. War left scars, and she had no taste for gloating over a near miss. Gradually, Winterfell returned to its usual rhythms. The forges rang with daily work. The halls bustled with servants carrying trays of hot food. Sansa organized a modest feast to honor those who fought in the cove, a chance to lift spirits. Tables were set with hearty stews, spiced wines, and loaves of crusty bread. Families of the fallen sat as honored guests, offered seats near the high table. Arya moved among them, speaking with a subdued respect, offering her condolences, promising support. It was a bittersweet gathering, but it reminded everyone that they were a community bound by hardship and shared resolve. In the days after the feast, Arya made time to wander the castle grounds, simply observing. The scullions in the kitchen laughed as they peeled turnips. The steward's apprentices lugged wooden crates of fresh supplies from the storerooms. Guards practiced archery in the courtyard, pausing to bow as she passed. It struck her anew how many lives depended on House Stark's steady hand. Once she had run through these corridors, dreaming of faraway escapades. Now, the well-being of an entire region rested on her choices. She would do her best, guided by her father's memory, by the lessons she had gathered across the sea, by the bond she shared with her siblings. That bond spanned the distances. Jon in the far north, Bran tethered to mysteries beyond mortal ken, Sansa forging alliances near and far. A few weeks later, on a cool morning that heralded the approach of spring, a raven arrived with a simple message from King's Landing. The Baratheon pretender was defeated, either slain or captured. Reports conflicted on that point. But the threat to the throne had ended. Arya read this aloud to Sansa in the Great Hall where a handful of advisors had gathered. She felt the tension ease in her shoulders. Whatever the truth behind the southern battles, it meant the Blackstag Knights would not return to trouble the north. Sansa allowed herself a rare, relieved smile, and the room shared in a muted sense of victory. They had faced the storm and withstood it. Life settled into a gentler rhythm. The north continued to rebuild, aided by stable trade routes and the small expansions in the Gift. Arya oversaw further fortifications along the coast, ensuring that no opportunistic band would ever repeat what the Blackstag Knights had tried. The captured ships were repurposed, and any sails bearing the stag sigil were burned. The rest found new life under northern colors or sold to merchants at White Harbor. Over time, the cove at Deepwood Mott became a watch station manned by Glover's best archers. If any foreign force attempted another landing, they would meet a swift arrow's welcome. On certain afternoons, Arya would saddle a horse and ride beyond the walls, sometimes alone, sometimes with a single guard. She found respite in the open plains where wind combed through the grasses or in the half-melted snows near the edge of the Wolfswood. Ghost trotted alongside her, his keen nose picking up the scents of small creatures scurrying in the underbrush. When she felt confident, she might even let her horse roam freely while she climbed a rocky outcrop to gaze at the horizon. The north stretched vast and unending, veiled in distant mists. She could sense how it pulsed with ancient life, deeper and older than any fleeting conflict for crowns. On one such ride, she dismounted by a small stream trickling through the woods. She knelt to scoop up the cold, clear water, splashing it on her face. In the quiet, she heard the distant croak of ravens, the whisper of pine needles overhead. She closed her eyes, letting the forest's hush envelop her. For a moment, she could have been the girl who once hid from Lannister men in the wilderness, or the apprentice to the faceless men slipping through shadows in Bravos. But now, her life was anchored here, in the gentle hush of the northern wilds, with the knowledge that she belonged to something grander, a home, a people, a legacy. She thought of her father's words again: when the snows fall and the white winds blow, the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Over the years, she had come to understand them on many levels. House Stark's pack had been scattered, battered, nearly destroyed. But they had survived through unity, through adaptation, through unwavering resolve. Now she stood guard over Winterfell, ensuring that future generations of Starks, or of any who called the North home, would grow up without the constant shadow of war. Her reflection in the stream wavered with the current. In it, she saw not the child who once brandished a wooden sword, but a woman shaped by trials and tempered by duty. She did not shrink from that image. Though the past still haunted her dreams, though she carried scars both seen and unseen, she felt a quiet acceptance. She was Arya Stark, the she-wolf of Winterfell, lady of a land that had once been a cradle of her childhood innocence. She had returned to protect it. She would continue protecting it until her final breath. Standing, she wiped her hands on her cloak and whistled for Ghost, who bounded through the fern-laced ground to join her. The horse waited nearby, ears flicking at the faint breeze. Arya gathered the reins, mounted, and guided the steed back toward the castle where the tasks of the day awaited. She felt the small sting of her shoulder wound, nearly healed now, a reminder of her latest battle. It would fade into a scar in time as so many others had. But scars were not shackles, they were proof of survival. As Winterfell's towers came into view, a gentle warmth glowed in Arya's chest. Perhaps the day would bring more disputes, or a letter from King's Landing requesting an envoy, or a new problem with roving outlaws. But she would meet every challenge as she always had, unflinching, resourceful, driven by a loyalty that no storm could extinguish. She was no longer the girl who ran away from home, nor the faceless wanderer. She was Arya Stark, who had inherited Winterfell not just in name but in spirit. And in the quiet hush of the northern air, she dared to believe that as long as the pack stood together, winter's chill would never swallow them whole. The gates opened to her, welcoming her return, and she entered with the steady certainty of a wolf who knew exactly where she belonged. Though the day began like any other, rising at dawn, overseeing the rotation of guards, conversing with stewards about minor repairs, Arya Stark felt a subtle ripple in the air as she passed through the courtyard of Winterfell. She could not name why exactly, but something in the crisp wind or the tilt of the light against the battlements struck her as significant, as if the north was on the edge of a fresh turning. Having recently returned from the cove at Deepwood Motte, where her forces had shattered the incursion of the Black Stag Knights, she found herself acutely aware that relative peace never meant complacency. The memory of that skirmish, Ser Allard Storm's blade striking her shoulder, the roar of surf dyed red, reminded her how swiftly calm could give way to chaos. She settled into her solar to read the latest letters, crisp parchment carrying tidings from across the realm. The first was from White Harbor, reporting moderate growth in trade and a more vigilant watch on any unfamiliar ships. Another letter from Castle Black announced that several free folk families had set up permanent homesteads in the Gift, cultivating small fields of hardy barley and raising goats. Arya sensed the satisfaction behind those spare lines. The north was not only mending but forging new paths. She dipped her quill and composed short replies, praising White Harbor's diligence and offering continued support to the Night's Watch in the form of supplies if needed. A soft knock on the door interrupted her. Maester Louis entered, bowing with a respectful tilt of the head. He looked somewhat flustered, rummaging in his chain of keys before producing a rolled scroll. "A raven arrived, my lady," he said. "From Moat Cailin." Arya's fingers tightened on the quill. Anything from that old fortress tended to carry weight. "Sansa?" she asked. The maester nodded. Arya reached for the scroll, scanning the slanted handwriting. Sansa's message was concise but urgent. A group of Ironborn had been sighted scouting the marshes around the Neck. They claimed to be fishermen, but Sansa had a wary sense that their presence might herald some new scheme by House Greyjoy or by one of the lesser captains of the Iron Islands eager for plunder. Sansa, ever the strategist, had not accused them outright. Instead, she urged caution, requesting additional men to deter any opportunistic raids. Arya felt her jaw set. The Iron Islands had been quiet in recent years, rebuilding after their own internal strife, but history reminded her that the Ironborn had never truly lost their taste for bold raids, especially if they sensed the possibility of spoils. The memory of Theon Greyjoy's betrayal all those years past lay like a faint scar on the North's consciousness. It was not that the current Greyjoy leadership automatically threatened Winterfell, but Arya could not dismiss the potential danger. If they believed the North preoccupied by southern pretenders or other matters, they might test the perimeter. Her decision formed swiftly. She would dispatch a contingent of reliable soldiers to Moat Cailin, reinforcing Sansa's small garrison, and then, if necessary, ride down herself. Winter was receding, the roads were clearing, and she would not allow the Ironborn to build a foothold anywhere near the Neck. After jotting instructions for the steward to prepare 100 mounted men, 30 archers, the rest swords or spears, Arya folded Sansa's letter. As she did so, her eyes flicked to the old tapestry on the wall depicting wolves running under a moonlit sky. She felt the weight of that image. The north was vast, riddled with possibilities for infiltration from the coastal edges to the southern boundaries. It sometimes seemed as though each region tested her patience with fresh concerns, but she refused to be discouraged. She was a Stark, and Winterfell's defense was a never-ending task, one she embraced. The preparations took little time. Winterfell's men had grown accustomed to swift deployments. Within hours, the courtyard bustled with soldiers packing gear, horses stamping in the cold. Arya herself stood by the stables, checking bridles and saddles, ignoring any attempt from stewards to coax her into a warmer cloak. She had grown up braving the chill. A lesser detail might have amused her. The shape of her life had, in a sense, come full circle. As a girl, she had hated the idea of being forced into ladylike politeness, yet now she was Lady of Winterfell, overseeing an entire army. The difference was that she'd earned each stripe of authority, forging it in war and hardship. She did not wear embroidered dresses or hide behind courtiers. She walked among her soldiers, consulted them directly, took her share of watch. That approach won her the loyalty of men who would once have scoffed at a Stark girl who talked of swords. She placed a hand on the flank of her mare Storm, named somewhat ironically after earlier events, then swung into the saddle. The company would set out shortly, heading south along the King's Road until it veered into the marshy terrain around Moat Cailin. Ghost, ever watchful, loped along the edge of the crowd, keeping an eye on the bustle of men and horses. Just as Arya was about to signal the column to move, a voice called her name from the great hall entrance. Turning, she saw a figure with bright red hair descending the steps, Sansa. Arya blinked, surprised. She hadn't expected Sansa back so soon, given the letter. But there her sister stood, the wind ruffling her warm cloak. Sansa crossed the courtyard, stepping carefully around the churned mud, until she reached Arya's horse. "I left Moat Cailin yesterday evening," she explained in a slightly breathless voice. "I wanted to meet with you in person before you came down." She looked up at Arya, her expression grave. "The Ironborn left as quickly as they arrived. We questioned a few travelers who saw them, but it seems they vanished along the coast, heading west." Arya dismounted, nodding at her men to wait. "So they're gone?" she asked softly. "For now, yes," Sansa replied. "But I don't trust it. They might be testing how quickly we respond, or scouring the marshes for a hidden approach." She reached for Arya's forearm, speaking in a hushed tone only the two of them could hear. "I think we should keep men stationed at Moat Cailin, as well as send word to White Harbor to watch for suspicious ships. If the Ironborn are growing restless again, they may try a bolder move." Arya listened, glancing at the assembled riders, then back at Sansa. "Agreed," she said. "I'll still send this troop south. Better to show strength than give them any reason to think we're slow." Sansa's eyes flicked with understanding. For a moment, they both remembered the precariousness of the North's hold on Moat Cailin in wars past, how the boggy terrain favored small raiding parties. Then Sansa sighed. "I'll remain in Winterfell for a few days if you don't mind," she continued. "We can coordinate the next steps together. And I have news from the Riverlands that might be relevant for our trade routes." Arya managed a small smile. "Stay as long as you wish. This is your home." She turned and gave the signal for the column to march. The soldiers spurred their horses, clattering out of the courtyard under the Stark banner. Their breath bloomed white in the cold air. Once the men had departed, Arya turned again to Sansa. "Come inside. You must be tired from the ride. We'll talk once you've warmed yourself." Together they climbed the steps into Winterfell, Ghost trailing behind, his ears alert. The great hall was bustling with midday activity. Servants setting fresh logs on the hearth, a handful of local farmers waiting to present small petitions, the steward conferring with a clerk about supply inventories. People paused to acknowledge the Stark sisters, bowing or curtsying as they passed. Arya motioned for the maester to give them privacy for a while, and led Sansa to her solar, a snug room with a thick carpet underfoot and a wide, shuttered window that overlooked the courtyard. Once inside, Sansa let out a weary breath and sank onto a wooden chair by the hearth. She shrugged off her cloak, revealing a traveling gown of deep blue wool. Arya poured 2 cups of spiced wine, handing one to her sister. They sipped in silence for a moment, the tension of the day receding. Sansa closed her eyes briefly, as if relishing the warmth. Then she exhaled. It's never simple, is it? Arya shook her head. I don't believe it ever will be, she replied, leaning against the table. Sansa set her cup down. You should know that the Riverlands are in a kind of uneasy quiet. Edmure Tully has been trying to unify the smaller houses that once aligned with House Frey, but the process is slow. Some still hold grudges, old feuds. However, they're more concerned with local banditry than looking north. And from what I've seen, no one there wants to spark a new conflict with us. They're too busy rebuilding farmland and trade routes. Arya nodded, relief mingling with caution. That's good. And the Vale? She asked. Sansa shifted. Stable enough. The regents are carefully monitoring any signs of dissent. But the young Arryn heir is growing older, and soon he may start taking on more direct leadership. Lord Royce remains our best connection there. He's supportive of closer ties with the North, though I doubt they'll ever want to be fully allied. They like their independence, just as we do. Arya thought back to her own time in the Vale, how she had negotiated a peace when a power vacuum threatened to spill over. She felt a pang of gratitude that stability had lasted. As long as the Vale respects our borders, we'll reciprocate, she said. Sansa nodded. Exactly. Now, about the Ironborn, I don't want to raise alarms if they're just a few stray raiders, but we can't ignore them either. They might be searching for allies among the more disreputable clans in the Neck, or even testing White Harbor for weakness. Arya understood. The North's coastlines were wide, and the Iron Islanders prided themselves on seafaring. When combined with the unpredictable tides and hidden coves, it could be a recipe for infiltration if they were truly determined. Arya felt the old restlessness stir in her gut. She had spent so long quelling southern threats, forging alliances in the Vale, crushing that Baratheon pretender's attempts, that she almost forgot about the possibility of a western challenge. We'll keep watch, she said firmly. I'll send a few scouts to the coast near Torrhen Square, just in case. And I've already reinforced Moat Cailin. Sansa's eyes flicked to the window, her brow knitted in thought. We should also consider sending a friendly letter to Pike, or rather, to whoever leads the Iron Islands these days. Let them know we're aware of what's happening. Make it clear we're not looking for a fight, but if they provoke us, we'll respond. Arya's mouth quirked at the corner. I've never been one for letters, she admitted. But it might be wise. Let them see we're not ignorant of their moves. They continued discussing strategy until the sun dipped lower and servants arrived with a simple meal of stewed meats, wintergreens, and fresh bread. Sansa ate slowly, though her appetite was better than Arya's. Arya often found herself picking at her food when her mind churned with concerns. Finally, the sisters parted ways for the evening, each to handle separate tasks. Sansa would draft a letter to the Iron Islands. Arya intended to consult with the captains who patrolled the roads near White Harbor. She wished she could indulge in a full night's rest, but her responsibilities never allowed such luxuries. Late that evening, she stepped out into the courtyard, drawn by the moonlight. Winterfell's silhouettes loomed against a starry sky. Ghost followed at her side, his white fur catching the moon's glow. Arya's breath misted with each exhale. She walked the familiar path to the Godwood, longing for a moment of quiet reflection. The heart tree stood pale and silent, its carved face still as old stone. When Arya touched the bark, she felt the hush of centuries swirl around her, reminding her that House Stark had endured far worse than scattered Ironborn or opportunistic knights. Yet her father's creed echoed in her mind: the lone wolf dies, but the pack survives. Each threat tested the pack's unity, reaffirming that she couldn't let her guard slip for even a single season. She stood there for a time, eyes closed, remembering the wars, the faces of loved ones lost, the distant figure of Jon in the far north, Bran in realms beyond normal comprehension, Sansa here, tangibly real, and Rickon and Robb gone to their graves. She found a certain comfort in the knowledge that, no matter how the world changed, the old gods remained as silent witnesses. The wind sighed through the branches, almost like a whisper of encouragement. When she returned to her solar, a small candle still burned on the table. She noticed a new scroll that someone had placed there. Unrolling it, she discovered it was from Lady Mormont of Bear Island, the new lady who had succeeded the fierce young Lyanna Mormont after the wars. The letter recounted a recent sighting of longships off the northern coastline, though they had not come ashore. The Mormonts had readied their defenses and sent a warning across the water, letting the Ironborn know that Bear Island was no easy prize. Arya rubbed her eyes, fatigued. The Ironborn were indeed prowling. She penned a quick reply, commending Lady Mormont's vigilance and promising any needed support. Then she sat for a long moment, quill in hand, staring at the dancing flame of the candle. It flickered, casting shifting shadows on the walls, reminding her of how everything in the north moved in subtle waves, peace, then threat, then peace again. The next morning brought frost on the windows, a reminder that winter's grass did not fully yield even when the calendar said it should. Arya rose early, skipping breakfast to join a round of sword drills in the courtyard. She sparred with younger guards, showing them better footwork or a faster parry. Each clang of steel brought back echoes of distant teachers, Sirio Farrell, the Hound, even Brienne's measured style of combat. She had grown into a distinctive technique that fused water dancing with a brutal pragmatism. When the session ended, she toweled off, aware of onlookers who never tired of seeing their lady cross swords. Shortly after, Maester Louis cornered her with a fresh bundle of reports. The caravans from the Riverlands had arrived safely, the stables required new roofing, and the blacksmith Roderick was experimenting with a new forging method that might produce stronger spearheads. Arya listened patiently, dispensing instructions. Though she had never relished this administrative side of leadership, she recognized its necessity. Without the daily details managed, Winterfell would descend into chaos, no matter how formidable its armies. She told the maester to grant Roderick the extra iron he needed and to see the stable Aster about a labor crew for the roof. Then she turned her attention to Sansa, who was waiting outside. Her sister's eyes glinted with a trace of excitement. "I finished the letter to Pike," Sansa announced, holding a sealed parchment. "It's civil but firm. We're offering no quarrel, yet we won't tolerate raids or trespasses." Arya accepted the parchment, running her thumb over the Stark sigil stamped in wax. "I'll have it sent immediately," she said, "and we'll see if they respond with courtesy or steel." Sansa's posture suggested she was about to speak of something else, and Arya waited. At last, her sister said quietly, "I've been thinking of traveling to White Harbor myself in a few weeks to discuss some joint coastal defenses with the Manderleys. If the Ironborn are indeed prowling, White Harbor might become a target. They have wealth, trade, and strategic docks." Arya considered. "It's wise," she replied. "I trust Wyman Manderley's heirs to keep a strong watch, but a personal visit from you would underscore that House Stark values them." She paused, recalling that the roads to White Harbor were in better shape now. "Take enough guards," Arya said, "and maybe coordinate with House Serwyn's men so you'll have a decent escort." Sansa nodded. "I will." She offered a small smile. "You know, sometimes I wonder if we'll ever be free of such burdens. When I was younger, I dreamed of courts and beautiful gowns, though I had no idea how fraught with responsibility it all was. It's strange, isn't it? We both ended up as the women we never imagined, me a traveling diplomat, you the lady of Winterfell with a sword." Arya allowed a faint chuckle. "I suppose so. But this suits us better than anything else. We learned how to wear these roles the hard way." The two parted on that note. Sansa proceeded to send her letter by Raven, while Arya walked the ramparts of Winterfell, scanning the landscape for signs of anything unusual. The snowfall had dwindled, leaving patches of ice around the castle walls. In the distance, she could see farmland, the bare trees forming a skeletal horizon. The sky hung heavy with pale clouds. She thought of the years that had carved her into this shape. A girl with a wooden sword, a fugitive with a thirst for vengeance, a faceless assassin seeking retribution, and now a guarded but steadfast ruler. The line between each version of herself sometimes blurred, but she had settled into the calm center, understanding that each fragment was simply part of a whole. A few days passed without incident. Arya presided over minor disputes, a boundary disagreement between two farmers, a complaint about a smith who overcharged a local innkeeper, a request from a traveling bard seeking permission to perform in the Great Hall. She handled each case with that stark directness for which she had become known. When the bard arrived, an older man with a reedy voice, he sang a ballad about the old king in the north, once a mythic figure. Arya found herself listening with unexpected emotion, recalling how her father once tried to teach her about the heritage of the first men, the significance of the old gods. She was not sentimental by nature, but in that moment, the music of harps and the man's soft voice felt like a balm. The entire hall grew still to hear him, a rare hush that made Arya appreciate how moments of art could bring respite to a region perpetually on guard. Then a messenger from the gift arrived in a flurry of cold air one afternoon. He was a lean fellow, cheeks windburned, who bowed to Arya in the great hall and explained that some free folk settlers as well as new northern homesteaders had begun to clash over land boundaries. The gift was a broad stretch of territory partially under the Night's Watch's aegis but effectively open for settlement at Arya's encouragement. Over time, petty disputes had erupted, accusations of livestock theft or of one group cutting timber too close to another's cabin. The messenger said tensions were rising, a fight had broken out near an old watchtower. "No one's died yet, my lady," the messenger said hastily, but words are turning to blades. Arya tapped her fingers against the armrest of the chair. The gift was a vital part of her vision for the North, an example of how different peoples could forge a new life together. She could not let old prejudices or misunderstandings derail that. She considered sending a small team to mediate, but her gut told her that this might require personal intervention to set a clear precedent. So she made her decision immediately. She would ride north. "Gather 10 of our best riders," she told the steward. "Have them ready by sunrise. We leave at first light." Sansa, upon hearing the plan, quietly expressed concern. "Are you sure you want to handle this yourself? You've just dealt with the Black Stag threat. You could delegate." Arya shook her head. "I'll only be gone a short while. Better that I settle it in person so neither side questions Winterfell's resolve. If this spreads, it could undo much of the goodwill we've built." Sansa understood. She pressed Arya's hand for a moment. "Then ride safe. I'll remain here, keep an eye on things, and see what replies we get from the Iron Islands." True to her word, Arya departed at dawn, leading a small retinue that included skilled negotiators as well as soldiers. Ghost ran ahead, nose in the wind, occasionally pausing to glance back as if to ensure Arya followed. The path north took them through forests dusted with late frost over small rivers still edged with ice. They camped under starlight each evening, huddled around low fires that crackled in the silence. The deeper they traveled into the gift, the more they saw traces of new settlement. Rough cabins with sod roofs, simple fences marking a patch of cleared land, smoke curling from chimneys. People had heeded Arya's call to repopulate the gift, but that influx came with friction. On the 4th day, they reached a cluster of homesteads nestled along a winding stream. Not far beyond stood an old watchtower, crumbled at the top, one side collapsed, but the base still solid. As Arya's group approached, children darted behind fences, peeking at them with wide eyes. Men and women emerged, hands near axe hilts or bows, uncertain whether to greet or defend. Arya lifted a palm in a sign of peace. The tension was evident. A knot of free folk with their distinctive furs and braids on one side, a group of northerners dressed in homespun on the other, all glaring at one another across a stretch of muddy ground. The clash looked ready to spill over into real violence at the slightest spark. The sight reminded Arya of her father's lessons about leadership, that true power lay in forging unity, not sowing fear. She rode forward, calling out in a clear voice, "I am Arya Stark, Lady of Winterfell. We've come to settle these disputes." A hush descended. Both groups recognized the Stark name, though the free folk wore expressions ranging from surprise to stubborn skepticism. She dismounted, letting her guards position themselves in a protective ring. Ghost paced at her side. "Who speaks for you?" Arya asked, directing her gaze first at the northerners. A burly farmer stepped forward, shoulders tense. "I'm Edric, my lady," he said. "My kin and I settled here last spring. We built these homes. Now he jerked a thumb at the free folk, keep crossing our boundaries, cutting trees we need, letting their goats graze on our fields." Arya nodded, then shifted her attention to the free folk group. A tall woman with a scar across her cheek held herself with fierce pride. "I'm Svara," she said flatly. "We lived farther north but came here when we heard the land was open. We only took trees from the forest. Didn't know there was a boundary. We hunt, we fish, we keep goats, none of that belongs to you alone." Edric's face reddened. "The land was empty when we arrived," he snapped. "We staked out these plots fair and square. We even have a record from the Night's Watch commander saying we could farm in this area." Svara snorted. "That doesn't mean you own every tree and blade of grass. We roam as we please, no watch commander or piece of parchment changes that." The two sides bristled, a wave of harsh mutters rolling through them. Arya lifted a hand, commanding silence. She asked to see any written rights. Edric produced a piece of parchment with a crude map, signed by Maester Morven at Castle Black, delineating a loose boundary around the settlement. Arya examined it carefully, noticing how ambiguous the edges were. "We might need to clarify these lines," she said. "Svara, did your people have any agreement with the Watch?" The woman shook her head. "No. We crossed the old border, found a spot near water, and settled. The Watchers at the wall never minded, so long as we didn't trouble them." Arya recognized the friction. old laws colliding with the free folks' tradition of living where they pleased. She told both groups to remain calm, and then she spent time walking the boundary with her retinue, examining the land, seeing where fences clashed with game trails. The location was indeed ideal for both groups. She also noticed that the watchtower, though partially ruined, would make a decent vantage point if repaired. That might be a solution, share the region in a way that benefited all. But forging that compromise would require diplomacy. When she returned, she found the two groups eyeing each other warily as though they expected a fight to break out at any moment. Arya called them to gather in the watchtower's shadow. "I'll propose a plan," she began. "The farmland Edric's folk cleared remains yours to cultivate, but the forests around it are open for hunting and gathering so long as there's no deliberate damage to farmland. As for the goats, you'll need to keep them within a certain radius of your own camp, Svara. You can't let them destroy planted fields. We'll draw clearer boundaries, working with Castle Black's authority as well as mine." Voices rose in protest, each side wanting more. Arya listened patiently, sifting through the noise for real concerns. Edric worried about losing lumber for build. Svara insisted the wild goats needed forest browsing. Arya kept her voice calm yet firm. She repeated that the North needed all sorts of folk to thrive, former free folk and old Northerners alike. If you truly mean to make a life here, you'll find a way to share without shedding each other's blood. The next time I hear of any violence, you'll answer to Winterfell. Ghost, as if sensing her resolve, gave a low growl that seemed to underline the point. Slowly, grudgingly, both sides began to acquiesce. Neither wanted to invoke the wrath of the Lady of Winterfell. When the tension ebbed, Arya walked among them, asking practical questions. How many goats did they keep? How far did the farmland extend? Where would they store winter supplies? She took mental notes, then declared that within a week, a small delegation from Castle Black would arrive to help establish lasting boundaries. For now, the arrangement she proposed would hold. Edric and Svara exchanged a strained look, but both finally nodded. That evening, Arya's retinue set up a small camp near the watchtower while the settlers returned to their respective camps. She posted guards to prevent any nighttime clashes. For hours, she heard only the rustling of wind in the trees and the muted murmur of voices from the homesteads. The next morning, she convened Svara and Edric again, walking them around the disputed areas. She found a spot where farmland yielded to thick forest and indicated a line of markers that could be placed. Svara scowled but did not object out loud. Edric rubbed at his beard, muttering that it might suffice. More than once, Arya found herself mediating smaller spats between individuals, a free folk hunter accusing a northern farmer of scaring off game, a farmer claiming a goat had eaten half his turnips. She resolved each with the patience she'd honed during her years in Winterfell. It reminded her of the old days when she had to judge petty cases in the Great Hall. But here, the open sky and the raw edges of frontier life made the tension more immediate. On the third day, a pair of Night's Watch representatives arrived, led by a ranger named Marek. He bowed stiffly to Arya. She explained the plan for joint oversight. Marek looked both relieved and impressed that she had managed to keep the peace so far. Together, they formalized an agreement for the near term. The farmland remained under Castle Black's broader permission, but the free folk would have hunting rights in a defined perimeter. Any dispute that escalated would be taken to a joint council at the watchtower, which would be partially repaired. With that, the main cause of friction began to ease. That evening, both sides gathered around a large communal fire near the watchtower. Arya stood, arms crossed, as Svara and Edric faced each other. The hush was profound. "If we're to share this land," Arya said in a low voice, "let this fire be a mark of peace. The North has endured too many wars to let a boundary dispute tear us apart again." Svara offered a stiff nod. Edric managed the briefest handshake. It wasn't friendly, but it was a start. Arya nodded approval. She spent one last night in the Gift, feeling a cautious optimism. Conflict would likely flare again. Human nature thrived on disputes, but for now, she had set a precedent that the North would not tolerate lawless fighting. The next morning, she mounted her horse, said her farewells to Marek and the others, and set off south. As she rode, she couldn't help picturing her father, Ned Stark, traveling the north to settle local feuds in his time. Perhaps she was following in his footsteps more than she realized. The knowledge felt oddly comforting. She might not be the kind of ruler who sat quietly in a high seat, but she carried House Stark's sense of justice in her veins. On the return journey, she stopped briefly at Castle Black, curious to see how the watch fared. The Black brothers who remained were few, a meager shadow of the once great order, but they managed to keep the gates barred against roaming dangers. She met with Commander Morven, a middle-aged man with a stoic demeanor who expressed gratitude for her efforts in the gift. "We don't have the numbers we once did," he said in a tired voice, "so your help in controlling disputes is welcome." Arya assured him that Winterfell would continue supporting the resettlement program, offering supplies when possible. She didn't linger long, but in the brief time she spent within those ancient black walls, she found herself thinking of Jon again, wondering where his path had led him beyond the wall. Some fleeting rumors claimed he wandered among the free folk, others that he spent days ranging alone with Ghost, though now Ghost traveled at Arya's side. She felt a pang missing Jon's presence, but she had learned to let him be the man he needed to be. Resuming her journey home, she kept to a steady pace, the men in her retinue relieved that the tension at the gift hadn't escalated. Early one morning, they came across a ragged traveler on the road, hobbling along with a wounded leg. He claimed to have been attacked by outlaws near a half-ruined village. Arya gave him water and her guards checked his wound, binding it with clean cloth. She questioned him carefully, gleaning a vague description of the outlaws, former soldiers, or maybe desperate commoners who had turned to banditry. The traveler seemed too shaken to give precise details. Arya felt her heart sink. Even with so many threats quelled, pockets of lawlessness still plagued the realm. She promised to send men to investigate, but for now, she offered the traveler safe escort to a nearby hamlet where he could rest. When at last Winterfell's gray walls and proud towers emerged from the horizon, Arya felt a deep sense of relief. She spurred her horse slightly faster, eager to be home. It was late afternoon when she rode through the gates, greeted by the familiar sound of the portcullis rattling up. Ghost bounded in ahead, tail high. Servants rushed forward to take the horses, and Arya swung down from her saddle, handing the reins to a stable boy. Her limbs ached from long days in the saddle, but her mind hummed with determination. She'd staved off a serious conflict in the gift, but she knew the North's challenges were never-ending. Sansa appeared, descending from the keep steps to greet Arya with a brisk hug. "Welcome back," she said, searching Arya's face. "Did it go well?" Arya nodded. "For now. There may be more disputes, but the main friction is settled. How about here? Any word from the Iron Islands?" Sansa exhaled, leading Arya inside. "None yet. The raven we sent has gone unanswered, which might mean they're ignoring us or they're planning something. House Manderley sent a note saying they saw a few suspicious sails in the distance, but no landing attempts. It seems they're circling like sharks but haven't decided to bite." Arya set her jaw. "We'll keep watching. I'll speak with the guard captains after I clean up." Sansa agreed. "I also got a letter from the Vale. They're asking if we'll consider reopening discussions about that Mountain Pass project. Lord Royce thinks it could expedite trade between our regions, but it's costly. I thought I'd wait until you return to discuss it." Arya winced. Her mind was still half lost in the memory of boundary disputes in the gift, but she understood the potential benefits of a safer route through the mountains. "We can't fund it alone," she said. "But maybe we can negotiate a cost split. If the Vale is serious, we'll talk terms." They ascended to the upper floors of Winterfell, passing servants who bowed as they went. The corridor smelled of pine resin from recently replaced torches. Arya's room felt blessedly warm. She peeled off her traveling cloak and armor with a sigh of relief. A bath was drawn, steaming in the chilly air, and she soaked the dust and weariness from her body, letting her mind slowly shift from one concern to the next. After dressing in clean clothes, simple breeches, and a sturdy tunic, she found Sansa and the steward in the solar, finalizing the day's notes. Arya took a seat, listening as the steward relayed minor updates: the blacksmith's progress, the stable's new roof nearly complete, a dispute over fishing rights near the Shivering Sea. It was a swirl of problems and tasks, but after dealing with near violence in the gift, these issues felt almost small. Almost. In the days that followed, Arya immersed herself in Winterfell's daily life. She walked the outer walls each morning, checking the ramparts, greeting guards by name. She visited the training yard again, showing a handful of novices the correct grip for short swords. She even found time to watch the children of some lesser knights playing in the courtyard, their laughter lifting her spirits. Each morning, she scanned the horizon beyond the castle gate, half expecting a fresh crisis to roll in. But for a short span, the north seemed calm. Spring was edging closer, if such a thing truly existed in these latitudes. Patches of grass peeked through melting snowdrifts, and the air smelled faintly of thawing earth. Sansa soon departed for White Harbor, taking a sizable escort. They parted with few words, each accustomed to the other's comings and goings, but there was an unspoken warmth in their exchange. Sansa's journeys often benefited the North, forging alliances and ensuring that trade routes stayed open. Arya felt a twinge of pride seeing her sister ride out at the head of a well-organized column. It was a far cry from the Sansa who once dreamed only of songs and heroic knights. This Sansa was strong, determined, and politically astute. It was enough to give Arya confidence that they were shaping the North into something durable. That afternoon, a small group of refugees arrived, claiming to have traveled all the way from the Westerlands, where internal disputes had flared up in the wake of shifting lordships. They looked ragged, hollow-eyed, carrying their possessions in battered carts. Arya had them brought into the bailey, offering them food and rest in the outer huts while she assessed their stories. Some had lost land to local conflicts, others simply sought a better life. Arya remembered her own experiences as a displaced traveler, fleeing one threat after another. She told the steward to find them a place to stay temporarily, then see if any were willing to join in the gifts settlement. The newcomers seemed relieved, though wary, as if they expected to be turned away. Arya assured them that if they abided by the North's laws, they would find opportunity here. It felt right to offer that chance, even knowing it carried risks. The North had always needed more hands to farm, to build, to grow. Time rolled forward and the uneasy quiet with the Ironborn persisted. No more sightings were reported, but no response came to Winterfell's letter either. Every so often, rumors reached Arya's ears of longships glimpsed on the horizon off Bear Island or near the rills, only to vanish into the sea. She coordinated with House Mormont, ensuring that their coastline patrols stayed vigilant. As a further precaution, she authorized the forging of more iron-tipped spears for use by coastal garrisons. She disliked the idea of an arms race, but better that the Ironborn see the North was prepared. The sun rose higher in the sky each passing day, melting the last stubborn piles of snow in Winterfell's courtyards. One morning, as Arya stood with the steward reviewing supply ledgers, a young woman approached, her posture tentative. Arya recognized her, Kessa, the refugee girl who had asked to train with weapons months ago. She had proven diligent under Arya's sparse tutelage, learning sword forms alongside the castle guards in her free hours. Now she bowed, though awkwardly, as she handed over a small, folded note. "My lady," she said, voice trembling with excitement. I found this posted in the courtyard. Someone must have left it in the night." Arya took the note, glancing at the scrawl. It contained a cryptic message. "Where the salt meets the forest, we land in darkness. The wolf may prowl, but the sea is patient." No signature, no symbol, just those ominous words. Arya's eyes narrowed. Could this be from the Ironborn, meant as a threat or warning? It was riddling enough to be intentional. "Thank you," she told Kessa. "Go on with your duties, but speak to no one about this." Kessa nodded, stepping back. Arya showed the note to the steward, who looked equally puzzled. They examined the paper's texture. It seemed like common parchment, no special watermark or southern crest. The script was rough, as though penned by a sailor. Arya immediately thought of the silent watchers who roamed the corridors at night, or perhaps a spy moving through Winterfell's halls. The notion prickled her skin. She told the steward to double the watch at the gates, discreetly. If someone was slipping in under cover of darkness, she wanted them caught. That evening, Arya gathered her most trusted guards and laid out the note on the table of her solar. They discussed the possible meanings. Where the salt meets the forest could refer to any brackish shoreline in the north. The sea pressed against the thick pine forests of the rills, around Bear Island, and the upper coasts near Deepwood Motte. The line, "We land in darkness," suggested a nighttime landing. "The wolf may prowl, but the sea is patient," sounded like a challenge. Despite the cryptic nature, it seemed clear enough that an incursion was being planned. Or perhaps it was meant to divert them from the true location. Arya's mind whirred with possibilities. She decided to send urgent ravens to the coastal houses, Glover, Mormont, Serwyn near the sea, and House Manderley, instructing them to heighten their vigilance again. Another wave of anxiety settled in her chest. She had just finished dealing with the southern threat, only to face the Ironborn prowling along the edges. Hoping for clarity, she sent a scout west toward Deepwood Motte, another north to Bear Island, and a third to White Harbor to share the note with Sansa. Days passed. She received missives from each house, all indicating no overt aggression yet, no suspicious gatherings, no fresh sightings. The tension mounted like a bowstring pulled taut. One night, she found herself pacing the courtyard under a half-moon, listening for any unusual noise. Ghost padded at her side, quiet as a shadow. The wind rustled the leaves of newly blooming bushes. She looked up at the battlements the guards posted with torches. If the Ironborn came, they would not find Winterfell sleeping. Finally, a raven arrived from House Mormont. They had captured a lone Ironborn raider skulking near the northern shore, half-starved and apparently abandoned by his fellows. Under interrogation, he babbled about a plan to strike at the wolf's dens, but he provided no clear timeline or location. He mentioned a captain named Orkwood Pike, who might be leading a faction of restless reavers. Arya's eyes narrowed as she read. Orkwood Pike. She faintly recalled the name from old tales of minor Ironborn captains. Possibly he was forging his own path, ignoring the current Greyjoy leadership trying to carve out glory. The realm had seen such pretenders before. Sometimes they were more dangerous than official lords. She confided in Sansa via Raven, who replied with calm advice. Stand firm, show no fear, and make the Ironborn understand that any raid would be met with swift retaliation. Sansa planned to remain in White Harbor a while longer, coordinating with Manderley to guard the harbor approaches. Arya appreciated her sister's help, though she wished the Ironborn would simply respond to their letter or send an emissary. This silent game of cat-and-mouse wore on her. A few more weeks trickled by without direct confrontation. The farmland around Winterfell began to green, and travelers passing through the gates reported that the neck was calm, that Moat Cailin had seen no sign of further Ironborn scouts. Perhaps this Orkwood Pike had decided the North was too formidable. A small part of Arya hoped that was the case, though she refused to let down her guard. One morning, she received word that the men she dispatched south to Moat Cailin had returned home. They reported no Ironborn presence, only a few merchants with salted fish barrels. Arya allowed herself a rare sigh of relief. Maybe the Ironborn threat was receding into rumor. Just as a semblance of peace settled over Winterfell, a letter arrived from the King's Landing area. Though it bore no direct regal seal, only the name of a lesser southern lord allied with the crown. The letter politely requested that Winterfell send a representative to an upcoming gathering in the capital, a convocation aimed at stabilizing trade routes and finalizing the boundaries of the North's independence. The monarch apparently wished to reassure all great houses that the North separation would not jeopardize commerce. Arya read it with a clenched jaw. The North's independence had been hard-won. She was wary of entangling herself in another round of Southern politics. Yet ignoring a direct invitation might signal hostility or encourage them to question the North's position. She mulled it over, half tempted to throw the parchment in the fire. But the practical side of her knew that if the realm recognized the North's sovereignty in a formal treaty, it could stave off future invasions or claimants. She spent an afternoon in the library, scanning old records to see if there had been precedents for such gatherings. Maester Louis offered help rummaging through dusty tomes. They found references to older pacts between the North and the Iron Throne, all of which had crumbled in recent wars. Arya tapped her finger on the pages, thinking. If she went to King's Landing, she risked leaving Winterfell open to opportunists. If she didn't, she risked defending the crown. A compromise emerged in her mind: send someone else. She wasn't the type to endure southern courts, but maybe there was a capable envoy who could handle the negotiations. Yet that idea did not sit well either. The southern lords might interpret a lesser envoy as disrespect or timidity, and she recalled how often her family had paid dearly for trusting southern courtesy. In the end, she decided to stall. She penned a careful reply. House Stark appreciates the invitation and will consider sending a delegate, though pressing matters of northern defense may delay a final decision. She had Louis phrase it with enough politeness to avoid insult. Then she turned her attention back to the pressing concerns: the Ironborn, the gift, the ongoing expansions near White Harbor, and the potential mountain pass with the Vale. She told herself she could revisit the King's Landing invitation once the immediate threats eased. That night, after a sparse meal in the Great Hall, she climbed the stairs to the top of Winterfell's ramparts, feeling the need for fresh air. The sky above was a deep cobalt, stars pricking through like faint glimmers. Torches dotted the walls, and the courtyard below held only a few guards. She inhaled the crisp scent of pine on the breeze, letting the quiet envelop her. It had been a long road since the day she'd inherited Winterfell, strife with southern pretenders, disputes in the gift, tense negotiations with the Vale, Ironborn specters prowling the coasts. Yet somehow she had managed to keep the North intact, forging new alliances and healing old wounds. She could see the flickering lights of the town outside the castle walls where blacksmiths and weavers and farmers lived in relative safety. A sense of purpose coiled in her chest. She was no queen, but she bore the responsibilities of one. To protect, to judge, to nurture growth. This was not the life she had once dreamed, but it was the life the fates had steered her toward. She accepted it, even embraced it. Her moment of reflection was broken by the sound of footsteps approaching. She turned to see Kessa again, this time wearing the uniform of a junior guard. A sign that her training had proven her mettle. The girl bowed. "My lady, there's someone at the gate. A traveler who insists on seeing the Lady of Winterfell immediately. He won't give his name, but he says it concerns the Ironborn." Arya's gaze sharpened. "Where from?" she asked. Kessa shrugged. "He looks like a fisher or a sailor. Tattered clothes, but he speaks with a northern accent." Without hesitation, Arya nodded. "I'll come." She followed Kessa down the winding stairs to the courtyard, Ghost close behind. The gatehouse torches illuminated a wiry man with salt-crusted hair, face deeply lined by wind and weather. He clutched a small sack and wore a battered cloak that reeked of sea brine. Guards stood on either side, crossbows half-raised. When Arya approached, he sank to one knee, though it looked more like his legs were simply giving out. "Lady Stark," he said in a rasping voice, "I bring news from the western shores. There's a harbor village, name of Rook's Nest, not far from the Rills. The Ironborn landed there 3 nights ago, burned some boats, raided the storehouse. They took half the catch and a few people as thralls before they sailed away." Arya's stomach twisted. So the Ironborn had indeed struck, and they had done it far from the heavily watched coasts of Bear Island or Deepwood Motte. Rook's Nest was a minor hamlet, easy prey. "Do you know who led them?" she asked. "Was it Orkwood Pike?" The man shook his head. Didn't hear the name, but their banner was a black kraken on black sails. A smaller crest, not the official Greyjoy standard. They wore no house colors, more like each man had his own cloak. But it was Ironborn, no doubt. Her mind churned. "How did you escape?" He swallowed hard. "I was out at sea checking nets. Saw the smoke from a distance. Rode in after they left. Found the village wrecked. Then I rode and walked as fast as I could to warn Winterfell. Figured the Lady Stark should know." His eyes flicked to the ground. "Begging your pardon, my lady, but Rook's Nest is in dire need. We've got children missing. We lost half our fish stock. The folks are frightened they'll come back." Arya's mouth set in a grim line. "You've done right by coming here." She turned to the guards. "Get him fed. Find him a place to rest. Summon my captains at once." The man looked ready to weep with relief. The guards led him toward the keep. Arya, heart pounding, headed for the Great Hall to convene an emergency gathering of her top warriors. On the way, she whispered instructions to Kessa to fetch Maester Louis and the steward. The Ironborn had drawn first blood, and as she had feared, they chose a remote target. She would not let them escape unchallenged. Within the hour, the Great Hall was alive with tension, the captains standing around a rough map of the north spread on a long table. Arya indicated Rook's Nest, a dot near the Rills. "We have a confirmed raid," she said. "We can't let them slip away or strike again. House Ryswell controls much of that region, but we haven't had direct word from them yet. Possibly the Ravens are still in flight. We'll assume they're gathering forces. In the meantime, I'll form a company of our own to ride west and assist. We'll track any Ironborn remnants and secure the shoreline." Her voice carried an edge that silenced all talk in the hall. She looked around. "Who's with me?" At once, several knights and captains stepped forward, eager to prove themselves. Arya singled out a few who had experience in coastal skirmishes, men who had traveled north with Davos Seaworth in the Old Wars or those who had once faced Ironborn near the stony shore. She told them to ready their horses and men by dawn. "We'll ride hard. If we're quick, we might intercept them or at least cut off a second raid." She lingered after the captains departed to plan. The steward approached with a worried frown. "My lady, if you march west with a large force, what if the Ironborn attempt a different landing? Or the Southerners cause trouble again?" Arya forced a small, tight smile. "We can't stay idle in fear of every possibility. I'll leave a strong garrison here and alert White Harbor to keep watch on the east. We can't be everywhere at once, but we must answer this attack." That's how we maintain respect. The steward inclined his head. Understood. Arya told him to arrange extra supplies for the journey: barley, dried meat, medical kits. She also requested ravens sent to the Rills, Bear Island, and House Mormont to coordinate efforts. By midnight, Winterfell was ablaze with preparation. Soldiers scurried to ready gear, blacksmiths hammered out arrowheads, stable boys checked hooves and saddles. Arya paced among them, offering a word of encouragement here, a reminder there. Ghost prowled silently in imposing presence. Some of the younger men still looked at Arya with awe, the she-wolf who had brought the North safely through so many storms standing among them like a hardened commander. She wore no crown or elaborate gown, just a plain leather jerkin with fur lining, her sword and dagger at her hips. When first light touched the sky with a thin blade of pale gold, Arya mounted her horse, a fresh and sturdy mare, leaving Storm behind to rest. The host set out, a determined column of riders carrying the gray dire wolf banner. In her pocket, Arya carried the ominous note she'd found days ago: where the salt meets the forest, we land in darkness. She glanced at it one last time, tucking it away. It had been more than a riddle, it was a promise from the Ironborn. She meant to answer it with steel. They rode hard along the western roads, making swift progress under clearing skies. Spring colors dashed the landscape, tender shoots pushing through soft earth. But the soldiers had little time to admire the scenery. They pressed on for 2 days, halting only to water the horses and grab a few hours' rest at night. At last, they reached the outskirts of the Rills, the domain of House Ryswell, known for its rolling pastures and low, marshy grounds near the coast. Here, the air carried a tang of salt. Arya saw smoke drifting up from a distant settlement, likely Rook's Nest, or what was left of it. Near midday, they rode into the village, finding burned fishing boats pulled ashore, half-charred huts, and villagers picking through the wreckage. Some turned wide eyes on the arriving column. A matronly woman, face streaked with soot, hurried forward, tears in her eyes. "My lady, we prayed Winterfell would send help." Arya dismounted quickly, ignoring the stiffness in her legs. "You have it now," she said, scanning the devastation. "What happened after the raid?" The woman explained that the Ironborn had come at night, torches flaring, demanding fish and valuables. They took a few women and men captive, presumably to row their ships or serve as thralls. When one villager resisted, they cut him down. Then they fired the huts to cover their retreat. They sailed west, the woman choked out. "But we have no ships to follow, and House Ryswell's men only arrived this morning, too late to chase them." Arya nodded, anger smoldering in her chest. She turned to the captains. "We'll leave a squad here to help these people rebuild and protect against another attack. The rest of us will ride along the coast. If the Ironborn landed once, they may land again. Perhaps we can find them before they vanish for good." The captains saluted, dividing into groups. Arya paused to speak with one of House Ryswell's men who had arrived from a neighboring village. He wore the Ryswell sigil of a horse's head. "We came as soon as we heard," he said, shame coloring his tone. "They were gone by the time we reached Rook's Nest." Arya glanced at him. "Then let's make sure they don't come back." They rode along the rugged coastline, picking their way through rocky beaches and tidal flats. The north's western shore was a patchwork of inlets and hidden coves, perfect for raiders. Arya kept the group tight, scouts fanning out. At one point, they found footprints in the wet sand, possibly Ironborn boots, but the trail ended at high tide. During the second night, they camped in a hollow sheltered by pine trees. The wind moaned through the branches, carrying a damp chill. Ghost prowled the perimeter, sniffing its sea-salted air. Arya lay awake, staring at the moonlit silhouettes of her men. She recalled her father's words once more, wishing for his calm guidance. Yet she knew she had to forge her own path of leadership. At dawn, they pressed on, scanning every cove. Midday brought them to a place called Stone Claw Bay, a jagged inlet dotted with black rocks. One of the scouts hurried back, breathless, reporting that he saw smoke from a campfire near the shoreline. Arya's heart leapt. She signaled the men to circle wide, descending quietly on the cove. The path was treacherous, loose stones threatening to send horses sliding. Finally, they dismounted, proceeding on foot. The smell of brine and fish guts assaulted her nose. Crouching behind a rocky outcrop, Arya peered down. She saw 3 Ironborn longships drawn onto a narrow strand of beach. A few men lounged around a smoldering fire. Others appeared to be rummaging through crates. She spotted a trio of captives, villagers from Rook's Nest, perhaps bound and guarded by 2 reavers with axes. Arya gritted her teeth. This was exactly what she had feared. She motioned for her men to spread out. They would attack swiftly, giving the Ironborn no chance to retreat to their ships. The morning sun glinted on steel as the archers notched arrows. Arya met the gaze of one of her captains, a seasoned fighter named Aelsun, who nodded readiness. Then, quietly, Arya slipped around the outcrop, ghost padding after her. She crept along the rocky shore, her heart pounding with adrenaline. The Ironborn were outnumbered if her plan worked, but any slip could cost the hostages' lives. Step by step, they drew closer. One Ironborn guard turned his head just as Arya ducked behind a boulder. She froze, her body humming with tension, but he only spat into the sand and walked away. She exhaled softly. Then Arya raised her hand, the signal for archers to fire. Arrows whistled, striking two reavers before they even knew what was happening. A shout went up, the Ironborn scrambling for weapons. Arya and her men surged forward. She wove between rocks, needle in hand, ghost bounding beside her. An Ironborn raider charged, swinging a cutlass. Arya sidestepped, slashing his arm. He bellowed in pain, dropping the blade. Another lunged from the flank. She rolled under his swing and thrust needle into his torso. He collapsed with a wet gasp. All around her, Stark soldiers clashed with reavers. The crash of steel and the hiss of arrows filled the air. Arya glimpsed a knot of Ironborn trying to push a longship off the beach. She shouted for archers to target them. A wave of arrows struck and they scattered, some diving behind crates, others collapsing in the surf. Meanwhile, a reaver with a broadaxe threatened the captives. Arya cursed under her breath, sprinting across the sand as the man lifted his axe, ready to strike if anyone advanced. Back, he roared, spittle flying. I'll kill them. Arya slowed, dagger in her free hand. Ghost growled, hackles raised. The reaver's eyes flicked from Arya to the direwolf, sweat beading on his brow. Stay back, or... He never finished. One of Arya's archers, creeping on a ridge above, took a shot. The arrow pierced the man's shoulder. He dropped the axe with a snarl. In a heartbeat, Arya lunged, slamming the hilt of needle across his jaw. He staggered, half-spinning, and she finished him with a quick strike. The captives stared, trembling. Arya shouted for one of her men to cut them free. Two more Ironborn tried a desperate last stand, running at the Stark lines with spears. They were brought down by concentrated swordplay. Within moments, the beach fell silent except for the moans of the wounded. Gasping for breath, Arya scanned for any sign that a reaver had slipped away. The three longships rocked in the gentle surf, partially beached, empty. She counted a dozen Ironborn bodies, plus a handful of wounded. One man managed to crawl into the shallow water, but a Stark soldier dragged him back. Her men swiftly disarmed the survivors, binding them. Arya stood with the tide lapping at her boots, heart racing. They had succeeded in preventing another raid or departure, and the captives were safe. One of the freed villagers collapsed in tears, thanking the gods and Lady Stark. Arya helped him stand, murmuring that it was over. As her soldiers began searching the ships, Arya took stock of the dead. She recognized no distinctive sigils, just a ragtag band. This might be only part of Orkwood Pike's group or a splinter. Whatever the case, they had planned to slip along the coast for a second strike. That plan lay in ruin now. As she watched the waves wash around the Ironborn hulls, she felt a surge of grim satisfaction. Let this be a message to any others who thought the North easy prey. After ensuring the wounded Ironborn were securely tied, Arya turned to her captains. Burn the ships or claim them? One asked. Arya surveyed the battered vessels. We'll tow them to White Harbor if possible, she decided. Manderley might find use for them, or we'll scuttle them in deep water so they can't be used against us. Aelsun saluted. Understood. They spent the day clearing the beach, salvaging anything of value from crates or cargo. A few lumps of stolen silver turned up, as well as netting and salted fish. The captives from Rook's Nest, still shaking with relief, told harrowing accounts of the raid. Arya did her best to comfort them, promising they would be escorted home safely. Later, as dusk fell, the Stark forces built fires along the rocky shore, the orange glow flickering on wet stones. Arya found a moment to walk alone at the water's edge, letting the cold surf wash over her boots. Ghost stayed close, ears perked. She looked out at the darkening sea, remembering that the Ironborn used to say the sea was their god, unstoppable and eternal. But the North was equally resilient, shaped by ice and wind. She had proven that any invader who tested these shores would pay dearly. At dawn, they began to march the captives inland, away from their ships. One tried to bargain, claiming he would reveal Orkwood Pike's hideout if they spared his life. Arya listened, arms folded. He spouted half-coherent directions about a hidden cove far to the north, near Bear Island. She wasn't sure if he spoke truth or lied to save his skin. Either way, she recorded the location. If time allowed, she might send scouts. The rest of the Ironborn prisoners remained sullen, refusing to speak or sneering in defiance. The journey back toward Rook's Nest took a few days, slowed by the burden of captives and the battered villagers. Along the way, a courier from House Riswell intercepted them with tidings that no further raids had occurred. Arya relinquished custody of the Ironborn to Riswell's men, instructing them to hold the Reavers until she decided whether to ransom or punish them. Some might be turned over to the crown if it served the North's interest. She had no illusions that imprisoning a few raiders would end the threat entirely, but it sent a clear signal the North would not hesitate to strike back. When they finally arrived at Rook's Nest, the people welcomed them with subdued gratitude. Many huts had been hastily repaired, though the smell of char lingered. Arya spoke with the villagers, distributed some coin and supplies to help with the rebuilding, and spent a half-day ensuring everything was as secure as it could be. Then she and her column took their leave, heading back to Winterfell with the slow, steady pace of victors returning from a skirmish. She felt the ache of her muscles and the sting of cuts she'd barely noticed in the heat of battle. But more than that, she felt the weight of leadership. Every mile reminded her that the North was too large to shield from every threat. She could only respond swiftly and decisively when trouble arose. They arrived at Winterfell under a drizzling rain that softened the roads to mud. Streaked with sweat and grime, the soldiers rode through the gate to applause from the townsfolk who had heard rumors of the victory. Arya accepted their cheers with a reserved nod. She was not one for fanfare. After dismounting, she embraced the stable boy who rushed forward, one of the orphans she had taken in, and told him gently to see that the horses were well fed. Then she trudged inside, ignoring her own fatigue until she saw Sansa standing in the courtyard. Her sister had apparently returned from White Harbor as regal as ever in a cloak of silver gray. Sansa's eyes flicked over Arya's battle-worn attire, her sword, the smudges on her face. She looked relieved but also concerned. "I heard what happened," Sansa said softly, stepping closer. "Thank the gods you're safe." Arya gave a tired shrug. "The Ironborn paid a price." She didn't elaborate. Sansa nodded, understanding. "Come inside, get warm, and we'll talk. I have news from White Harbor and from King's Landing as well." Arya nodded, letting the tension in her shoulders ease a fraction. She recognized the look in Sansa's eyes. A mixture of gratitude and quiet apprehension, as though the world never stopped spinning new webs. Arya murmured, "Lead on," and the two sisters walked side by side into the keep, passing under the carved stone dire wolves that had watched countless generations come and go. Once in the privacy of Arya's solar, she removed her damp cloak, wincing at the dried blood on her leather jerkin. A servant brought a basin of warm water, and Sansa helped dab at a shallow cut on Arya's forearm. Arya had grown used to such wounds, but she saw the flicker of worry in Sansa's eyes. "We repelled them," Arya said, "but I doubt this is the end. The Ironborn can always vanish into the sea." Sansa dabbed carefully, her voice hushed. "You did what you had to. The name Stark stands stronger with every defense you mount." Arya's gaze flicked to the flickering candlelight. "What news did you bring from White Harbor?" Sansa exhaled. "They're ready to build a small coastal fleet of their own, nothing grand, but enough to patrol the northern seas. Manderley wants our blessing, perhaps some resources. He also extends an invitation for us to visit in person to discuss a formal alliance that would ensure mutual defense against the Ironborn." Arya considered. A fleet might deter them, especially if combined with what Bear Island can muster. "We can't match the Ironborn in naval tradition, but enough ships could force them to think twice. We'll help if we can spare the wood and coin." Sansa nodded, pressing a fresh cloth to Arya's cut. "And from King's Landing, more letters urging us to send a delegate. They're convening this convocation in a few months to formalize trade deals and update boundaries. The king seems determined to show the realm he can forge lasting peace." Arya snorted softly. "Peace that costs us a trip south, no doubt." She shook her head, remembering the invitation. "I suppose we can't ignore them forever, especially if we want the North's independence recognized." Sansa hesitated, meeting Arya's gaze. "I could go in your stead. I have more practice with southern courtesies, and you're needed here." Arya's instinct was to agree. She despised the pomp of King's Landing. Yet the idea of sending Sansa alone gave her pause. The capital was a den of intrigue, and while Sansa was capable, it still felt wrong to let her face potential hidden dangers by herself. "Perhaps we could both go," Arya said slowly, surprising herself. "Leave a trusted regent in Winterfell for a short time. We do have well-trained men and loyal advisors. If we both appear, it shows a united front. Then if anything arises in King's Landing, we can handle it together." Sansa's eyebrows rose. "You'd be willing to leave the North even briefly?" Arya smiled wryly. "I'm not eager, but it might be necessary. We could time it after we settle the immediate threats." And we won't linger a moment longer than we have to. Sansa dabbed a final time, then nodded. We'll plan carefully. If King's Landing wishes to see the Lady of Winterfell, they shall, on our terms. Arya exhaled, letting some of the tension drain. The next few months promised to be busy, finalizing the coastal defenses, overseeing the gift settlements, and preparing for a possible trip south. Still, she felt a certain clarity. The North was no longer a land in ruin or a realm overshadowed by the dead. It was alive, vigorously forging its own future, and she stood at the center of that transformation. Once she had roamed the world in search of belonging. Now she carried Winterfell's memory in her bones, shaping each day with a fierce devotion to her family's seat. When she finally retired to her chambers that night, she sank onto the bed with a weary sigh. Ghost settled near her feet, his red eyes gleaming in the dim light. She closed her eyes, letting the memory of crashing waves and the smell of burning huts fade. In their place, she recalled the sense of triumph at Stoneclaw Bay when they freed the captives. She thought of the gratitude in the villagers' eyes, of the watchtower in the gift where a fragile peace now reigned, of the small children in Winterfell's courtyard who looked upon her with trust. These images merged, forming a tapestry of what it meant to be Arya Stark, Lady of Winterfell. She was no queen in a gilded hall, she was the she-wolf, the sword in the North's hand. And she would continue to fight for this land no matter the cost. Sleep tugged at her. As she drifted off, she whispered silent words to the old gods, or perhaps to the ghosts of her parents and brothers, acknowledging that she was not alone. She had Sansa, she had an entire castle of people who believed in House Stark, and she had her own iron will. Whatever the world threw at her next, Ironborn raids, southern summons, or disputes within her domain, she would rise to meet it. The North was her home, her charge, her inheritance. And if ever the realm doubted her, they need only look at the battered sword she kept by her side and the dire wolf who guarded her door to understand that this was Arya Stark's Winterfell, and under her gaze, it would endure for generations.